Show Commissioner Marty Wilson absent today. Please join me for the pledge of prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father in heaven, we're thankful for the many blessings that we receive from thy hands. We're thankful for this beautiful county we live in, the wonderful state of Wyoming and our nation. We're thankful for the people here, our first responders, and those that look after our needs in times of emergencies. We're thankful for the people that work and earn livings here in this county. We ask thy blessing on all of our people and the residents of our county. And we ask thee to be with us as we do the county's business. We invite thy spirit to be with us. And we say these things humbly in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Agenda.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Equalization continuance was received by our office, and so we recommend that you find time to go into Board of Equalization and make a recommendation there. Is there a time on your
I
agenda?
think right after our 12 o'clock.
We should take like 5 minutes, I think. Yeah, or short.
We've added an opioid settlement fund request at 12:10.
Commissioners. Motion to approve agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. We have the minutes from last week. Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve those minutes. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. We have quite a stack of bills to be paid. Motion to approve the bills. Been moved and seconded to approve payment of those bills. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We have no Title 25 signature file.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a renewal information from Beam, one of our health providers. And the Executive Health Committee is recommending approval of renewal for vision benefits. There's zero increase from the previous year. Move to approve.
Second. Removed and seconded to approve the Beam benefits renewal. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, also from the board, from the Executive Health Committee, is the amendment that needs signed to revise the wording in our plan document. Group changes that were approved on 10/21 to 2025 and effective January 1st, 2026. Changes in definitions for dependent and also dependent eligibility. Move to approve. Signature.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming plan document language revision and the group changes effective 1/1 of 2026. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a application form for Lance Bishop for a credit card in the amount of $25,000. Of course, he's our new IT director. Move to approve.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve credit card for Lance Bishop. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter from our county assessor, in regards to our agricultural classification. So we just need to, fill out the application and get back to it. I don't think we need to vote on it.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, there was a road study done on Dutch Head Lane. So from the professional engineer Casey Jones, and basically they're coming up with the recommended speed of 35 miles per hour, post one speed limit sign at the western end of the eastbound traffic on west of Pinto Lane for westbound traffic. Move to approve that speed limit.
Been moved and seconded to approve the speed limit change on Dutch Ed Lane to 35 mile an hour. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have an approach access application for Lion Valley Road, approximately 3/4 of a mile east of Lions Valley, 789 Lions Valley. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the application for a access permit on Lions Valley Road. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we also have a right-of-way easement application for bore cut and the public utilities right-of-way. County Road Pickett, approximately 1 mile south of East Pavilion Road. Applicant Josh McFarland, move to approve.
Been moved and seconded to approve access right-of-way easement on Pickett Road. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, as soon as I wake up, the commissioner's record of receipts.
Priority meeting.
Mr. Chairman, we have, Board of Equalization, which will, motion for continuance, which we'll deal with it later today.
Okay.
And then, we have the summons, this action.
We'll discuss it further in executive session.
Okay, that'll be discussed in that session. Letter for board support, Damon Christian, Department of Environmental Quality, public notice post, Office of Wyoming State Public Defender, courtesy notification, absent, move, recipient update, Honeyfly, monthly revenue reports, and Christmas card from the Shoshone Business Council.
That's it. Yep. We'll go into our public comment period. I will let you know that we will hold public comment, those that have signed up, until 9:30. At that time, we have agenda items that we have to fulfill. I'll remind you that you have a 2-minute time limit. And after the 2 minutes, you will be asked to step back and let somebody else take your spot. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I'll take care of the timing for you.
okay, thank you. Danny.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Danny St. I'm a senior at Riverton High School. I've been exhibiting livestock at the Fremont County Fair since I was about 5. As a youth that's directly affected by the actions of our fair board, I'd like you to help me understand the benefit of reducing the size of the board. I want to focus on our current fair board. This board has made a true impact. They have gone above and beyond their responsibilities of just putting together the fair, and they've helped to build our community and most importantly, our youth. This board has been hands-on supported and active. Fremont County Fair is the largest event in Fremont County, and the Fair Board stands as the foundation. The events of the fair bring together the community, and we have the Fair Board to thank for this. They build relationships and work to ensure that our youth get the absolute best. The past couple of years, they even created a title system that rewarded members for doing good things and offered recognition to some of the kids who may not be winning the shows. I've watched this board run around the fair all day, every day, to make sure things run smoothly, efficiently, and stop to help any member along the way. At the horse show this year, these 7 stepped up to pretty much set up the whole show by themselves when the manpower was lacking. All of our fair board members already have full-time jobs, yet still work effortlessly to make sure that the fair can be the best it can be, all on a volunteer basis. By reducing the board from 7 to 5, you put an even larger workload on these members who already work tirelessly to make the fair happen, again without pay. The more fair board members we have, the more diversity. This creates a better fair. Commissioners, it seems to me that you're trying to fix a problem that's not broken. So I have 3 simple questions for you. Have you thought about the effects that this has on our youth and our community? Have any of you personally interacted with the community that's affected by the board's actions? And finally, and most importantly, how does this decision serve the agricultural community that many of you vowed to support when running for your positions? Thank you.
Thank you. Chase Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
My name is Chase Taylor. I'm a lifelong resident of Fremont County and a 6th-generation Wyoming rancher. I'm a Fremont County landowner, taxpayer, and registered voter. I'm also a passionate advocate of agriculture and even more so youth in agriculture. I'm here today to present to you a petition to firmly but respectfully encourage you to revisit and reconsider your recent vote to eliminate 2 seats from our Fremont County Fair Board. The hereto listed constituents agree that to encourage diverse representation, appropriately distribute a heavy workload, and promote comprehensive oversight of a community asset, we must have at least 7 seats to effectively execute the required tasks act of the Fremont County Fair's governing body. In the 4 days since I've rolled out this petition, we have acquired 566 signatures. If the vote is not reversed today, we will continue to collect signatures and return to provide you an update at your next meeting. I have here to present to you photocopies of the before mentioned constituent signatures. The original copies will remain in my possession. However, you are welcome to view them in my presence at any time. I have also attached several letters from concerned members of the public for your review. Thank you for your time. Respectfully submitted, Chase Taylor.
Thank you.
There are copies for you guys.
All righty.
The petition
Thank you.
and the letters.
Thank you.
Brody Hinkle.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Brody Hinkle. I'm a junior at Riverton High School. And I'm involved in the Riverton FFA and the Fremont County 4-H. I would just like to state my strong disagreement with the decision to reduce fair board seats, because I don't see the benefit in reducing the seats for volunteer positions that put so much time and effort into our Fremont County Fair. The Fremont County Fair is easily one of the biggest attractions to Riverton, from our night events to our days in the show ring. But I just don't see a benefit in reducing the seats. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Griffin.
Good
Morning.
Commissioners. My name is Linda Griffin and I.
Set your cow out on the road when I came by this morning. Yeah.
Sorry. They were getting it off.
Okay.
Okay, I also am writing, I'm here to voice my concern about reducing the decision to reduce the number of county fair board members from 7 to 5. I wear a lot of hats in this county. I'm a high school teacher at Riverton High School. I'm the assistant FFA advisor and have been for the past 19 years. I am a barn superintendent at the fair. I am a 4-H leader. And so I hold a lot of caps and I represent the youth here. And I have a very, very strong passion for the youth of our county. The decision to reduce the fair board members from 7 to 5 really has me concerned. It is a huge job. I have been on the sale committee. I have been on the show committee. I have been to all of the fair board meetings. This is a huge job that we are asking people that already have full-time jobs to take on. Okay, my husband and his sisters have showcased their animals growing up. Our family has been involved in the Fremont County Fair for over 80 years. Okay, I just don't understand that the decision could be possibly beneficial to our youth, and I think that our youth need a voice. This is a huge showcase of animals and the kids and what they're allowed to show. And I feel like that you guys are cutting them off at the knees, really. And I think that by reducing the seats, that there's not been some transparency here, and I'm actually calling for some transparency. I don't understand why it was cut and why we didn't have a voice in it. Okay, why didn't the county that elected you have a voice in it? Okay, our community donates every year. Our fair board donates all their time. They don't receive a dime from the county. As a barn superintendent, we offered to give up our stipends every single year for the past several years. And we don't take a stipend either to save money. So I don't think it's a money saving thing. I think that you should really put your faith back in the youth and back in the Fremont County Fair Board.
Thank you. Brady, Hewlett?
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, and to whom it may concern, my name is Brady Hewley, and I'm here today to read a statement on behalf of my son, Jason Hewley, who is currently away at college studying for ag marketing and unable to speak to you in person today. These are his words as a former Fremont County Fair exhibitor. Reducing the fair board from 7 seats to 5 may seem like a small change, but it has big consequences, especially for the youth who depend on Fremont County Fair for growth, direction, and opportunities they can't find anywhere else. Fremont County already has limited resources and few programs for young people. Leadership opportunities, skill development, mentorship, and hands-on learning are hard to find. For many kids, the fair is one of the few places they can build responsibility, confidence, and purpose in a supportive setting. It fills a gap that nothing else in the area truly replaces. For the past 12 years, the fair has greatly impacted my life. I've learned discipline, time management, respect, communication, and how to carry myself with pride and integrity. These are small lessons. They are things I will carry with me forever. None of this would have been possible without the dedicated people who make the fair happen. The Fremont County Fair Board is made up entirely of unpaid volunteers. They don't receive a paycheck or get the recognition they deserve. They do this work because they believe in the youth of this county. They believe we deserve opportunities even when those chances are hard to find. Their workload is already heavy. Planning the fair takes the entire year. This includes finding judges, organizing events, coordinating with 4-H and FFA, ensuring safety, managing facilities, settling disputes, overseeing entries, supervising shows, and handling many behind-the-scenes tasks that the public doesn't see. It takes 7 people working very hard to keep everything running smoothly. Cutting the board down to 5 makes things more difficult. It risks breaking a system that is barely sustainable even with 7 members. The same heavy workload will now fall on fewer shoulders without additional help or compensation. This pressure can lead to burnout, mistakes, delays, and a decline in the quality of experience for the youth. When quality declines, youth feel the impact first. Fewer board members means less ability to improve programs, create opportunities, and offer new experiences for kids. It means fewer hands to keep events safe, organized, and accessible. It means less time for mentorship and guidance, which is what Fremont County youth need the most. The Fair Board has consistently worked to expand chances in a county where those opportunities are few. Taking resources away from them does not help us move forward. It pushes us back. This decision does not reflect the reality of what the fair needs, nor does it acknowledge the needs of the youth who rely on it. In a place where opportunities are limited, the Fremont County Fair serves as a lifeline. It's a space where kids learn about themselves, discover their potential, and find purpose and belongings. Reducing the board jeopardizes that. It threatens the future of a program that has shaped countless young lives. Although I'm not currently actively showing in 4-H and FFA, I still plan to remain active in supporting the youth of Fremont County. I care deeply about this program and the future generations it will serve. Removing 2 seats from the Fair Board does does nothing to strengthen. This is why today I ask you as County Commissioner to reconsider and protect one of the most valuable resources for our youth. Fremont County Fair isn't just an event, it is a foundation for the next generation.
Thank you.
I have copies.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah,
I have copies.
thank you. Ernie Fisher.
Morning, Commissioners. Ernie Fisher. I've personally spoken to 2 of you. The other 3 I've left messages to no avail. Out of those conversations, I've heard that the board is toxic. From other conversations, I've heard that it's easier to deal with 5 members instead of 7. Additionally, that one commissioner told me that it's exposure. That 7 members exposes the commission to more liability than 5. But if my memory serves me correctly, under the Barney Cosner years, we actually increased the board from 5 to 7. And we did that in the names of diversity. And so volunteers have a voice to be spoken to. So everybody else has voiced their concerns that we believe it's a mistake to reduce the board from 7 to 5. And that we want our volunteers' voices to be heard to the commission and to the Fair Board members. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Easton Beckon.
Good morning, County Commissioners.
Morning.
This is soon to be, I'm Easton Beckon. This is soon to be my 7th year exhibiting at the Fremont County Fair. This has taught me so much. 4-H and FFA has taught me so much. It's taught me what a good person is. A good person to me is someone who sticks up for what they believe in. They're smart enough to look around and realize the big picture. And they're always willing to help out and put in so much effort and time. They teach me what hard work is. Our Fair Board is the definition of that. They did so much good things this year. We really need them, and I really think you guys should rethink your decision from changing the board from 7 to 5. I think you guys need to think about the effect that it had on us kids at Fremont County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that being said, that's all we have signed up for public comment.
Chairman,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion. If I could.
Okay.
I know that we talked about the issue of this. And I know there's a lot to it. A lot more than the young people understand. You know, we have a lot of problems with committee members wanting to be on boards. And we sit here a lot of times and we only have 1 applicant or 2 applicants. So I'm gonna make this motion. Those who spoke, those who are here, I would ask you to participate in becoming a board member. Rather than us looking at 1 or 2 applications and then everybody coming in and we say, well, we want to lower it. Well, we lower it because people don't want to apply. We can't have the same people keep being on the board. Meaning, it's good to have fresh individuals on a board. That's why we have elections. So, Chairman, I'd like to motion, my motion is to rescind and move back to 7 instead of our agreement in the sense of 5. So my motion is to have the Fair Board at 7. So as noted.
Commissioner Thomas. I believe that motion is out of order, that we need to, if you truly want to do this, then you need to make a motion to rescind our last motion concerning this.
So noted. So noted. So that's what I wanted.
Okay, your motion is,
To rescind our last motion on the issue of changing it from 7 to 5. The Fair Board.
do I have a second? Do
I
I?
understand your motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
The motion is to go back to the 7 from the 5 and rescind it, the motion from last week. Or-
His motion is to rescind the vote from last week. And then we will have to come up concerning the reduction of the fair board from 7 members to 5.
Okay,
So we have to start there.
can I ask one question of the audience?
Not until we get a second.
Okay, I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to rescind last week's motion for the reduction of fair board members from 7 members to 5 members. Further discussion.
Chairman. The reason I do it. The fact that we are servants of those who elected us, our constituents. But in our decisions, I think some of our decisions aren't really well known to our constituents. Reason I made this motion, and I hope that what happens, happens, but again, I would ask, if it does happen, that those who are so involved in wanting 7 will understand that they themselves need to commit themselves to what they're asking for. That in fact, it's not just about us. As people said, it's about community, but that community tends to get riled up. But yet when it's time to serve, we'll stand back and say, I'll let somebody else do it. I would say if you're adamant about this, then stand up and be a part of it and make changes and positive changes and not be a part of negative changes. Nothing should be in the sense of a board that we have, any board should be so negative that we have so much problems with those boards. There should be a positive movement with board members to understand their effective responsibility in being a part of that board, especially if it's a governing board. Those governing boards we are having truly some problems with in our county because individuals who apply themselves and are appointed to those boards do not truly understand the issue of governing. Governing is not about the issue of putting that cape on and putting an S on your chest and saying, I'm going to make change. And in doing so, cause so much negativity to the point that it becomes necessary for us, the commissioners, to do something. There should be a fluent movement toward positiveness in being in a board, working together, negotiating together, following policy and procedures, doing things the right way. Because in that, we, the county, do give money in the sense of funding to the fair board and to items for the fair board. And we do have employees of the fair. And those guidelines, those policies, those human resource obligations need to be followed correctly. If they're not, then there's legality, liability. So in my thinking, I'm always about the issue of listening to those who have elected us. But in that, there comes this community responsibility, this constituent responsibility. If I'm going to protest, then I need to make sure that I am a part of positive change in that protest. It's not just about the protest. It's about committing yourselves to what you're saying. So in that, thank you. That's why I made the motion.
Further discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. How many in here are committed to serving on the board? We've been advertising for quite some time. So will you get with Julie afterward and sign up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to point out one thing here. This board has helped the county fair to the point of $2.1 million. It came out of ARPA fundings and all of the other refundings that we received. You look around the fairgrounds, did you get a new parking lot? Did you get your buildings remodeled? Did you get the roofs fixed? Did you get new tractors? And there's a list. Right here, of everything you got. You got move money. You got a lot of money. In this little book right here are 31 entities, just like you. That money could have went to any of them, and we would have been glad to put money there. I, for one, I'm not gonna cut the sheriff department. I, for one, am not gonna cut anything that we need in this county for safety. Sometimes we don't count our blessings. But we have, and if it wouldn't have been for Larry Allen as your director, I would not have voted for all of those. Because we didn't have the money. They stretched the budget to help you folks. I always felt like the agriculture kids got the end of the kid. We put big money into soccer. We put it in football. We put it into every little league, whatever. And I always felt that the ag kids always kind of got left out. But because of Larry Allen and your director, we put $2.1 million in your coffers. And I'm thankful we had the money to do it, Larry.
I am too.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to say. Then.
Any further
Thank you for showing up today.
amongst the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not ready to make that decision, and there's a couple reasons why. We typically look for board members as people who are passionate about different things, whether it's a library, a fair, a museum, historical preservation society, all of these things. I believe we're at a point, and mostly due to the fact that we have diminishing revenues here in the county. We have traditionally held up the fair and the library and these things, but our funding is diminishing. We already had a bunch of property tax relief. They're considering changing the way we do property tax, which is the way we fund county government. And fair is a part of that government. So I believe we do have a board that's passionate about the fair, but I think we're at a point where we need to stop and say, is it just about passion anymore? No, it's really about fiduciary responsibility. And we need folks who can, because you can't get the fair without it. You can't finance the fair. So most of the burden has been on the general fund, which is out of the 12 mills that property tax pays. So we're at this point now where that number is continuing to diminish, and we have to look at things differently. I don't believe that our fair board members have to be the chief volunteers of the fair. There's no reason in my book that fair members or people who are passionate about the fair can't lead things in the fair without being a voting member. It's a practical thing for me, and I understand the passions that are involved here, but I think the interpretation isn't necessarily accurate. I just think that we are at a point in the time in the county where we have to look at that. We still need the passion. Okay, I'm not saying get rid of the passion, but admittedly, the county doesn't have great criteria. If you want to run for county office, you don't need any. All you need to be is breathing and a county voting person. That's all you got. If you want to be on a board, it's not much different than that. I think we're at a point where we have to start asking ourselves, who do we need on that board? And then do we need people who can work with us to understand the overall challenges that we have at the fair? So I'm not ready to withdraw the decision we made, because I don't think anybody's given it a good chance to stop and say, can we do things differently? considering the future that we have, the near future that we have, and trying to fund all the things we have here in Fremont County. So that's my 2 cents, Mr. Chairman.
Further comment, further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor of rescinding the vote from last week, reducing the fair board members from 7 to 5 board members, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Okay. Now.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. So we have a board policy on the recruitment of board members. We went through this a couple of years ago. And once the deadline was passed, so we just did a call for voting, for people to volunteers to be on the board. I think we need to look at that policy because at the end of this last go round, we had 2 open positions and nobody applied until somebody called the exiting board member who said they weren't going to run or weren't going to go in. So they got a phone call, then they said, okay, I'll go. And so I'm saying, are we okay with the policy? Because if we got people who want to now come in, we'd have to open up that period. And I want to make sure we're consistent with what our county policy is, because we wrote that a couple of years ago.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with what I read yesterday, that you have a month before that you advertise before that, which we did. We did receive one also on our policy. We call back every board that has members up. We do call the incumbents and ask if they are wishing to run again. And then Emma asked them if they wanted a new application or if they wanted us to use the old application. Also, I heard the courthouse yesterday that the rumor is that we always take all of the old applications and we move them up. That is not true. Only if somebody leaves midterm do we do that. And it's only if the board had like somebody second or third in their minds of who they wanted to appoint. So we don't just automatically take old applications and bring them up. You have to apply, or at least say you want your form to be put back in the mix. So I would agree with you that you probably need to put that out again. I mean, there's been a lot of news on this, so maybe there's a lot more people out there that would say, okay, if it's back to 7, I'd be willing to do that as well. So I would suggest you follow your procedure, and then we do a month worth of advertising and appoint in January, which means they're going to be short 2 people on the board until you get that.
Correct. That's our policy and we need to stick with it. Yes.
And in that, with hopefully more applicants, we can look for individuals that will follow the issues of understanding what a governing board is. In that, I would hope that all that are listening will understand the difference between an advisory board and a governing board. Because that's one of the questions I throw every single time. Do you understand what a governing board consists of? Do you have the time? Do you understand the responsibility and accountability of a governing board? In that, there's a lot to it. And in that, there's a lot of liability, there's a lot of legality, and it needs to be followed in the sense of that things need to be done in order. And so I hope that those who apply will understand when they come here to interview, that they're ready to be interviewed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Could we not also make it, put it into next month? This month is pretty well already.
We have to advertise for 30
Okay, but
days.
if we do them both together, put people back on the board, we'll have 2 open seats and do it in January.
We will have 2 open seats starting January 1st.
Yeah.
We will advertise for those 2 seats and interview and go through our due process.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with
Okay.
that.
With that being said, we are done with public comment period. And moving on with our regular agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just for the record, I think we probably need to And Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, since we opened up applications, we have to. Seems like we have to formally declare that those applications are declared and we are starting the process. And so I make that motion that we do that.
Been moved and seconded to close the application period. Deeming the applicant or applicants that we received in the past for the fair board position. For this upcoming term, be null and void, and we will start with the new process of advertising again and interviewing again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Okay. We will move on to Wyoming Business Council.
There are applications over here if anybody wants to grab one.
Miss Thomas, Miss Fabricius.
That's what we want. And we can grab people to do it better.
And we can fix the problem.
We'll see how that.
Well, if we can find two good applicants and just be real, adamant. You gotta do that with everyone. This is-
Okay. Hey, we got our,
What's the guy's name? Oh, he's on Zoom. Sorry.
can you hear us? Josh,
Can you hear me as well?
You're on mute.
you're on mute.
Am I still on mute? Are you able to hear me now?
Still can't hear you.
I'm not muted on Zoom, so it looks like, is it possible the TV is muted?
Chicken.
All right, I'm
Now she's there.
Nobody ever calls her chicken. So I know chicken.
Now try it again, Josh.
How about now?
No.
Still nothing.
We're checking.
Mid copy, face up, face down.
No. Face down, I think. There's asking him.
If you can hear us, if you can call us or give us this number, email me his number.
So can we just give him the number? Hey, Josh, if you can hear me, write this phone number down, and if you could call in. Okay, phone number 307 332 1130. If you can call, that'd probably help us get sound. Or to just disconnect the phone. There's a class out there right here, well-oiled machine.
We all have.
Oh, yeah, we can't get hit. He says he's unmuted, but we can't get him. He's gonna call us.
Hello, we're speaking on speakers. One second.
We'll be all right for this one.
I can hear you all.
Yeah, we can-
Okay,
we
good
can
enough.
hear- See you now.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there you go.
Is the,
He's on now. He's on now. Oh,
hold
I
on,
could hear.
we may have fixed it. We have a clue.
Say something.
Test, test, test.
Well, we'll go with the way it's set up right now.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can
Yeah.
hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. You bet. Now, will I also have the ability to share my screen? I've got a little bit to show if possible.
Think Emma's getting it figured out now.
Okay. Yep, it looks like it's working now. Okay, so can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you all for allowing me to join, commissioners. I really appreciate the time and before I get going, how much time do you have for me? I don't want to take more. I know you are all pretty busy, so how much time do I have?
We have you down for 45 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, I'll try to run through this and then leave room for questions. If there are questions, I'm happy to take them at any point. If you just want to jump in and interrupt me, that's just great. My name is Josh Durrell. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, and we are a state agency that is intended to really develop the economies in Wyoming and make it so that we can ultimately reverse economic decline and create opportunities for the future generations of Wyomingites. And so what we've been able to do is over the last few years, we've really worked hard to try to understand some of the barriers to growth that we see in our state and in our individual communities and take that information and really shape policies that are going to help us and help our communities grow, as well as well as determine where we invest the resources that we have in terms of the money that we might have to develop the infrastructure that a community needs or to really kind of like kick off the planning or kick off projects that a community would need to increase the number of jobs and also again kind of instigate that growth that we all want to see in Wyoming. And I know I've said a few things at the beginning of this that some people might scratch their head at, and I totally appreciate that. Like one, we all want growth in Wyoming because I know that's a myth and that we sort of might be wondering, is that true or do we not want growth in Wyoming? And another thing that we have sort of uncovered as a myth is this idea that the economy is in decline. And so what I thought I might do today is just tackle a few of the myths that we've been hearing and we've been seeing around the state. Because as we go around the state to look at how does a community really take a hold of their future and develop into what they want to become, we've run across quite a few myths in what I was hoping to do today is just talk through those with you and maybe share an alternative viewpoint. Um, what a lot of folks don't know about me is that I grew up in Carbon County. I spent my entire life in Rawlins up until when I went to the University of Wyoming. And my family came to Wyoming like a lot of families did in the mid 70s as to see economic opportunity, especially around coal mines. My dad was a coal miner in Hanna for a number of years, and we got to ride that roller coaster of good times and not so good times over the course of my childhood. And so I know firsthand the economy of Wyoming in a big way. And it's been really a pleasure of mine to move from private business, which I spent my entire career after college in private business up until 2020, and now working on the economy in a state that I really love and trying to make sure that, kids like me who are standing out on the playground in fourth grade and thinking about what their future holds can think about, keeping their kind of dreams and ambitions going forward in Wyoming. And so I just appreciate the time to get to talk with all of you about this and talk about how we can make Wyoming a place where future generations can find those opportunities and chase their ambitions here, if they would like. Um, so one of the things that we've been doing is we've been sort of separating myth from reality, and we've been finding that a lot of times people have a really strong we'll call it a strong desire to hold on to the myths and to things that we all think about, and we've kind of tried to dig in and provide a little bit of well, playfulness, if you will, around the economy, but also to just help people understand that sometimes those myths are really powerful and they may not be true. So, if you can see my screen, I'll start jumping through some of the slides here. One thing that we hear a lot is that Wyoming's economy is doing just fine, and that we don't have any problems. So why are we trying to mess with the economy? It's doing just fine. And while that may be true in certain areas or for certain people, by and large, what we see is a declining economy. And so this graph is probably a little bit difficult to see on the screen there, but I'll just describe it for you real quick. This is Wyoming's GDP as it compares to other states in the nation, and our GDP is in the orange there. You see that there was a pretty big spike in 2008. I think natural gas prices and natural gas really helped us out there. But since that time, it's been either flat or declining. And even if you removed it, it would be essentially flat. Whereas the neighboring states are in blue. You can see that most of them are climbing. And so we're sort of looking at it and saying, versus our competitors that are close by, we're not doing so well in GDP. And I was thinking about having a quiz about what GDP is and how all of that affects you. But rather than doing that, because I'd probably fail it too, I thought we would talk about some factors that are really more close to home and people in your community feel every day. And so I'm gonna tackle these two graphs here. That one on the left-hand side is the number of job opportunities that are available in Wyoming, again, versus other states in the nation. You'll see that Utah and Idaho are climbing up there, whereas Wyoming is down toward the bottom, and we're relatively flat in terms of the opportunities that Wyomingites see. And then you'll also notice on the right that wages are shrinking, and our wages are shrinking faster or greater than almost all of the nation, and that's not an okay thing for me. Now, some folks will say, well, gosh, Josh, we've had such good employment and so many good paying jobs for so long that it was bound to happen that our wages would shrink. While I appreciate that justification or rationalization of the data, I think what we all need to understand is that, boy, costs aren't slowing down, and the cost of living is increasing, and people are worried about that. And young people have the ability to move and understand what's going on in other places of the world greater than they've ever had. So this idea that it's okay that our wages are shrinking doesn't square with me, at least, and I don't think that that's the way we should view our economy as in any sort of a positive way, if that's the case. The other two things that are also hitting home for Wyoming is that the population is increasing, and that population that's increasing is generally only in the age demographic of 65 and above, while our workforce participation or our workforce age demographics are staying relatively flat. And what that's doing is creating a gap between our population and those folks who are working in our population. That can be a challenging thing for an economy. And it's something that we look at closely because we don't want to be in a spot where our population is continuing to increase, yet our workforce is not. So that's something we look at. And then finally, something that is also important is on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see a graph that indicates what we call outmigration. And what this graph is tracking is the age at which people leave the state and whether they leave or not. So think about people who are born in Wyoming. We are the best at exporting our talent. Let's say it like that. We have the worst outmigration of any other state in the nation, and we are 2 times more likely for people to leave our state than the national average. And so what that means is that, about 60% of people, rising up over 60% of people in their late 20s and early 30s are leaving the state for other opportunities. And unfortunately, they're not coming back. We're going to talk about that one here in a second. But before I move on, I just wanted to see if anybody had any thoughts or questions. If it's okay, commissioners, if anyone had any thoughts or questions on this data.
Questions, commissioners? Josh, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, well, we'll keep on rolling, and if a question pops up, stop me at any time. So the thing that we thought is, well, we've been hearing a lot about what people feel, and so we did some polling, and I'll talk more about it here in a bit. But the polling sort of matches up with reality in that people do say that their local economy is stagnant or in decline, and so you might think to yourself, well, gosh, how is this a myth? And well, what we found is that when I first started rolling this data out to people, boy, there were people who were fighting mad over the idea that Wyoming's economy wasn't doing just great. And so we've sort of tried to understand better about how the public perception is and better about rolling out this data to say that this is not about us feeling bad about where we are. It's more about recognizing where we are and how do we really kind of galvanize people to work on changing it. When we also asked about what people are concerned with in the state, we did that poll of about 514 people throughout the state, and those were registered voters. And what we found is that housing availability and cost of living are big challenges. Now, again, I think when we talk about this to each community, most communities feel this pressure. But one thing I want to say is that there's not a one size fits all answer for that housing availability or that cost of living. I think that those factors are very localized, and those factors can be something that you can really affect positively, at least in terms of housing availability in your communities by taking a close look. I don't think, and I've eaten a lot of words in my day, so I might eat these too, but I don't know if there's a one size fits all state solution that's going to change our housing challenges. I really don't know if that's the case. And so we're working at a local level to address that housing availability and look at, mostly looking at regulatory reduction and how do we make the market as free as possible in the state by reducing regulations. And so that's something that we would be happy to talk with your county about and talk about how we might be able to loosen some of those barriers there. As I mentioned earlier, not enough people come back. There's this idea, and I love this. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Quick question about the housing.
You bet.
You were talking about reducing maybe regulations and so on and so forth. That's all fine and good, but when it comes to affordable housing for someone that's making, let's say, in Fremont County here, we have an ambulance employee that's a paramedic, if you will, and they're making $22 an hour. They can't very well go out and pay $2,000 for rent, or they can't afford to go out and buy a $500,000 house. So, I mean, and it's not just Fremont County. I know it's everywhere, but somewhere in the mix, we've got to. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, we try to hire employees, and they come here from what we can afford to pay, and first thing they say, well, we can't afford to live here.
Yeah.
Or they get their first paycheck and say, well, I can't make my rent and buy groceries and gas to get to work.
Yeah. 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 What you're talking about is not uncommon. And what I would suggest, and I would be more than happy to have our team plug in on, because we're doing this in places around the state right now, is really diving in on housing. Now, I don't pretend to know the regulations in your county. I don't pretend to know your comfort with density and things like that. So I'm not going to propose any solutions right now. But what I would say is that if there is a group of people and you want to engage in that regulatory reform, we are all about helping that. We've been working with a number of communities already. And I will say, I know it's a bigger community, and you might think, well, they can do things that we can't. But Cheyenne's mayor has plugged in and really taken a deep dive into affordable housing. He's taken a deep dive into regulatory reform, and we've been helping him as well. And I think that there are some options that we would love to talk with you about because I think we can help. So again, Patrick Edwards, I believe, is there in the audience. I heard it's standing room only. I'm sure that's not for me. I think it's probably for something else, but he is in the room and can work to coordinate meetings to work on that regulatory reform and really understand the housing challenges that you face because they're not the same as Cheyenne's. However, we want to dig in at a local level and help with that. So I guess not to belabor it, but I really do feel strongly that we can help there, and we're more than willing to do that.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet. Thanks for bringing that up because that is it takes a lot of courage to make some of those changes and to sort of like look at that challenge and we're happy to help out as much as possible. So thank you for that. As I mentioned, one of the challenges that we or myths that we have is this idea that, well, yeah, our young people leave, but they come back. And what I can tell you is that unfortunately they don't come back in great enough numbers. Now we have our anecdotes. My favorite anecdote is named Olivia, that's my daughter, my oldest daughter, who left for a few years and then did come back. But she's not common. And this graph, in addition to looking like a nice, pretty mosaic, it really demonstrates the makeup of our population. And our population is made up of about 42% of the people in our population were born in Wyoming. That means that nearly 60% of the rest of our population was born somewhere else. Nothing wrong with that at all. But it just goes to show that when we send out those 60% of people that get to their 20s and they leave the state, they just don't come back in the numbers that we want. And so I think what we're trying to help people understand is that we want to do that to make it available for them to come back. And the way that we're going to need to do that is through making sure that the communities are very livable. And as you mentioned, housing is a challenge everywhere. Then making sure that the business climate is such that new job opportunities are available and businesses can grow and thrive here in the state. And so we are looking at this and not just saying, oh, well, here's the data, but we're looking at how do we make our state attractive to that group of people who are in the workforce so that they can come back. And as you mentioned, housing is obviously a challenge. Job opportunities are a challenge. And we're digging in deep into those and working at a local level mostly because, again, at a state level, I think there are some things we can do, but most of the work there, I think we can make a lot of hay at the local level. There is a myth, and I don't know if anybody's actually said it this way, but there is a level of we'll call it I think it's just this idea that we've really got to pack money away and save for a rainy day and pack money away because we don't know what's going to happen next. And I think there are a lot of contributing factors to that. One of those is our boom bust cycle that we face, and our fiscal system is so strongly tied to the extraction industry that when we look at the economy and we say, what's it going to be in the future, we're sort of beat around by federal policies, by national market or by global markets. So we don't always know, and so as a result, we put that away. But the reality is that the state isn't broke. In fact, the state has a lot of wealth, and we're reaping the benefits of the interest from that wealth because it pays for our government operations. But we also have significant savings in what I might call short-term or emergency utilization accounts, and that's the LISRA, and that helps kind of stabilize our operations in the state. And our what people call the rainy day fund is twice as big as the next biggest rainy day fund in the nation, and that's Alaska. And so Alaska's economy is actually not that much different than ours. It's quite a bit bigger, maybe in terms of the amount of extraction that they do, but in terms of the structure of it, it's very similar to ours. But their rainy day fund, you can see, will only get them about 150 days of government operations. And I want everyone to realize what that funds, and that funds our government's operations. And so to me, having a 300-day rainy day fund, I know there are statutory requirements, and I know there are things like that. But I think what it does is it indicates to all of us that we don't have a very secure future and that we are very, very cautious about that. we believe that it's probably a better thing to invest some of that into the future and really look at how do we break ourselves from that fiscal system cycle that is quite frankly hamstringing us in a lot of ways. Um, and so when we started to ask people what should we be investing in order to make sure that we're utilizing our funds correctly and for making sure we're set up for the future, people said, look, we think that the things that are most important to our community are job creation and infrastructure development. Now, when we say job creation, I want to really kind of dive in on this. I don't believe that it's the government's role to necessarily create jobs. I think it is the government's role to make sure that the business environment is such that businesses can create those jobs. And that's a role that we play with some of our programs is how do we make sure that businesses can grow here and the environment is right so that they can. And then also we want to fund infrastructure development as much as possible. I think that gosh, in a county commissioners meeting, I don't have to preach to the preachers here. It's pretty you got to be really pretty smart with your money, and you've got to really kind of stretch nickels pretty thin to be able to afford the infrastructure in your communities. And when your community needs to grow, that's a stretch. There's no doubt about it. Most counties are not sitting on just huge amounts of money where they can do whatever they want. And I think we recognize that, and we have the ability to help communities grow when they need to. Any questions there? Any thoughts around those ideas?
No matter questions.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Uh, right now, Fremont County is taxed at 4 pennies. If I have $1 and I want to spend it, I better have 4 pennies to go with it to pay the tax. In Fremont County, those 4 pennies will generate $32 million. I'm saying to the legislature, and to all that will listen, you need to start leaving those pennies at home where we need them and live off of your rainy day account. If we had those $32 million left in this county, we could take care of our ambulance, we could take care of our airport, and we could take care of our buses. So there's part of your solution right there. Right now, you're only returning 30% of that money to us. You need to relieve it all here, 100% of it, and run on your rainy day account that you have on hand.
Yeah. Well, I think that's an excellent, and it's an excellent point. I think that if local communities could, frankly, pay for their own growth, I think they do a lot of good with it. So I think what you're saying there is an interesting concept. And how do we work on that system? I mean, I'm more than happy to work with the revenue committee. More than happy to kind of continue to help people understand the economics of it. And I think what you're saying there is right, is if we want our communities to grow, we're going to have to provide the resources, or at least allow them to keep their resources in order to do that. And so I think what you're saying is spot on, and it's something we ought to talk more about and look at the potential of our revenue system and how we make it work. So again, I would be happy to plug in more on that and carry a little water with the legislature on that as well. So I believe local control is sort of an illusion if you don't have control of your own budget, right?
Right. We can't even afford our ambulance.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And again, I think that we're making changes to a fiscal system that isn't that well known and doesn't have a plan for how we're going to actually kind of keep things going. So I'm more than happy to plug in and work with you on like I said, kind of looking at how do we use these tools to our local advantage.
Okay.
Great point. Thank you. Yep. And I might, if Patrick is in the room and he's paying attention, I'm sure he's taking notes on stuff, because I'd like to make sure we do a follow-up on all these topics. So Patrick, if you're there, and again, I know you are, so take a few notes down and let's get back together with these folks. So here. Yep. Okay. Good. Thank you. Here's a myth, and well, this one can get a little spicy. That's why I always do these via Zoom, is so that when I talk about these kind of things, that boy, it gets interesting. I'm just kidding. I wish I could be there in person, but this myth that most people don't want Wyoming to grow is something that actually spurred us on to doing a poll across the state and try to understand people's attitudes toward growth. One of the things that we have learned, or at least found in almost all of our discussions with communities, is that when we're sort of analyzing the community and saying where are some opportunities or what are the reasons you can't grow, people will say, well, they don't want to grow. And we say, well, who are they? And they say, well, others don't want to grow. I, of course, want to grow, but others don't. And so we said, well, we need to figure this out because it's really stopping it. And what we found is that more people, there are actually a lot more support for growth than you might think. And I'm going to walk through a few stats here to kind of help people understand. So nearly 2/3, about 65%, support population growth if it means more opportunities for our family, friends, and neighbors. And so I think what people are saying is, hey, I don't mind population growth if we can see a benefit from it. And what we also hear and see is that people are willing to have that growth even if it creates a little bit of headache, so a little bit more traffic or a little bit more sprawl and things like that. So, by and large, Wyoming actually does want growth. And we also know that people want 8 out of 10 want our community and to take strong action to grow jobs in the economy. Now, when I look at this, I see the word community, and I think that community is twofold. I think it means that business and government need to come to the table and work together on that to take strong action. I don't think it's all incumbent upon the business sector, and I also don't think it's all incumbent upon the government to do that. I think what they're saying here is that they want the community as a whole, which includes both of those, to come together. And then this is not going to shock, I don't think it's going to shock anybody in the room, that 9 out of 10 of us would like to make sure that we are able to keep and attract young people because that's essential to our future. And when we see that, I think it's a strong signal that, we've got work to do when we see our out-migration rates and we see that people care a lot about being a place where young people want to start and carry through their lives. Now, this one, I think, as we already mentioned, you mentioned the sales tax in Fremont County, and one of the things that this can get a little spicy, and we've underlined the word nobody for a reason, that nobody wants taxes to increase. What we asked people was, would you, or how would you feel about a slight increase in your taxes if it meant more economic opportunities? And what people said is that they generally opposed it. Now, that's not shocking to anyone. What I think was shocking to us is that actually 35% either strongly or moderately supported the idea of slightly increasing taxes if it meant that they knew where the money was going and it was for economic opportunities, that was something that they actually supported. And so again, I don't think that it's necessarily, 100% support, obviously, but it's also not 100% opposition. And I think that myth gets in the way a lot of times for folks in their communities when they're saying, look, we don't have enough revenue to do the things that we need to do. We're going to have to look at different ways of paying our own way. How do we do that? And that discussion always ends immediately because people say, well, nobody wants taxes. And I think that this, to me, is an indicator that people are more willing to accept that they're going to have to pay their own way, and more willing to accept that if they have a good relationship with their government, if there's good transparency and the things are utilized correctly, that these tools are not necessarily completely foreign or unacceptable. They just need to be done in the right way. And I know a lot of you in the room there and also on the commission know that this is a challenge to do right. I think that we've got some experience there that says it was a tough thing to do. Again, we're more than happy to plug in more on things like this to help. And so I just thought it would be pretty interesting to show you that it's maybe not as far out of there as you might think. This is one this is one of the myths that I think is propagated as much as possible in Wyoming, and it's a myth, that the idea that low taxes increase economic activity is can be true, but in our very sparsely populated and low population state, it's actually not as good of a factor as you think. And what I mean by that is that, excuse me, is that our fiscal system actually incentivizes decline. And the reason, the reason I can say that is because we have a really long experiment of low taxes. We are like the 47th least taxed state in the nation. That means that we don't tax like other states at all. And the idea that if we were to just get to 50th, I guess, that we would be doing better off is just not true. And the reason it doesn't work is because of what you mentioned earlier, is because you're trying to spread that nickel, or heck, maybe even it's just a penny, as thin as possible. And what that does is it means that you don't want to grow because you can't grow because you don't have the money to grow. And because you're not able to provide some of the amenities or the infrastructure that's needed for growth, people aren't able to stay, and people aren't able to come in from the outside and provide that workforce that you need to grow. And so it's not necessarily a complex situation, but it's a little bit more complicated than I think people think. And our knee-jerk reaction is, well, if taxes are lower, more businesses will come. I've got a 25-year experiment that says that that's not the case, that it's much, much deeper than that. And it's actually a bigger thing. In fact, when we talk to companies who want to come to Wyoming, that's not on their top 3 of their list. And some companies, especially the larger companies that are pretty darn astute, say, I don't trust your tax system right now. It's too low. And that makes me nervous for the future. So that tax certainty and tax understanding is probably not as a big of an arrow in our quiver as we think it is. I want to do a quick time check because I know that many of you are on a time clock, and you've got other business to take care of, I'm sure.
Appreciate that, Josh. Yeah, we're kind of getting short of time. We have our next agenda items sitting in the audience.
Well, let's do this. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to come back and talk, but I would also like us to, I think, maybe take a deep dive with you on housing and the revenue picture that you mentioned. If it's all right with both with your commission, if we could basically come back and we could do it, in a smaller group setting, we can do it however you want. But I think those two areas would be things that we could help with, and we would love to understand better.
Be great. So if we could continue this conversation even next week, or if that doesn't work for you, we can have conversations with Patrick, and we work from there.
Yeah, next week would be fantastic. Again, we'll get to work with you to find out a time on your schedule. If it's this time again, I'm happy to do it, and then we'll keep on pushing forward.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'll let you work that out with Emma.
Yep.
And
Yes, sir.
get on the agenda, and we'll meet again next week.
I love it. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, all of you today, and appreciate your attention and ideas, and looking forward to doing more with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Bye-bye now.
Bye. Sage. Morning.
I am Sage with Treatment Courts of Fremont County. Is Mr. Thomas coming back?
Yeah.
I'll put one
I'm
of
not
these.
sure when he's a doctor's.
I'll just put one of those on his. You're welcome. Is Miss Wilson here today?
No, but we can leave.
Yeah, we'll take it right out.
Thank you.
When I was here last month, I talked about briefly the funding application from the judicial branch as that it was released on November 3rd. It is due back, December 19th with the approval from the commissioners, and that's why I wanted to meet with you guys a little bit earlier to ensure that I had some time if changes needed to be made or I needed to meet with you again, that was available. I'm not loud enough in the same message. So just kind of a recap of what CAS has looked like in the past. In the prior years, the judicial branch has allotted funding for 21 participants in our program for a total of $209,147.86. For this grant cycle, which will be 27 and 28, I'm requesting funding for 30 participant slots in the amount of $280,639.80. I'm also requesting a surcharge in the amount of $20,000 to help with some of the additional fees and costs that go into running the program. While the judicial branch, while the county match requirement is $25,000, 25%, that equates to $70,000. My calculations right now, and with this just being the grant application, these numbers are not going to stay the same. Would reflect $148,000. The biggest thing that I'm focused on in this grant application is that the state grant will pay a majority of all of the employees' wages and benefits to relieve some of that from the county. That is also why I'm asking for the surcharge of $20,000 to help cover the cost of UAs, GPS monitors, some of the trainings that we do for the program as well. And then any money left over from the surcharge would go into incentives for our participants or back into covering and trying to get the county back to the actual 25%. So just kind of giving an update on where we are currently in our 2025 fiscal budget.
Can I go back to that?
Yes.
About your, it says the minimum county current match is 70,000,
The 25%,
the
correct.
25%. What do we contribute now?
I believe it's more, and I
It's
tried to
quite-
log into Gravity. I was not able to do so, and I've not had a chance to get with Julie to navigate that. And that's kind of why I was hoping to gear all of the funding towards our wages and benefits, because I think that's where a lot of the portion comes from that the county pays over that 25%. So I don't have a definite answer, but I do know it is more than the 25%, that 70,000.
Okay, yeah.
So just kind of a recap, the CAS program is 12 to 18 months for a participant to participate. Within this new fiscal year, we've had 11 new clients come in. We're only in quarter 2, so that's pretty good. Right now, for the year, we have 34 participants that we have offered services for or had in our program. But some of those started in the last fiscal year and they have carried over to this fiscal year. Currently, we've had 7 participants graduate, but some of those again were from last fiscal year, but they've graduated this fiscal year. We've terminated 4 individuals, but some of the time that is put into working with our clients, I've even broke down, while they're in CAS, on average, they see anywhere from 26 to 38 court appearances, depending on how long they're in the program. So they'll meet with Judge Combs, offer updates on their successes, on barriers, things they're struggling with. They attend 50 to 75 hours of therapy.
Anywhere from 275 hours to 350 hours of group sessions. Case management is also 50 to 75 hours. And on average, we do 150 to 300 drug tests per individual while they're in CAS. So while there's a lot of numbers, I think it's really important to recognize that a lot of our clients that we have in the program have taken the initiative to try and better their life, be a part of the community, address their substance abuse, and not take the easy way of going to prison and sitting their time.
So who do you do your drug tests locally? I mean, do you have a contract with someone?
We do it in-house.
Oh, you do?
So myself and the case manager perform all of the drug tests.
Okay.
Yeah, everything that we do is in-house to include our therapy and our group. The only thing that we do contract with is our defense attorney, John Gerard. And I apologize that the second page is not bigger. I fought with it most of the morning to try and make it so you didn't need a magnifying glass, but that's kind of the breakdown to show the expenses that I will be presenting the legislative branch for the grant application. As you'll see, a lot of it is the administrative or the treatment money for wages and benefits. Any questions on the adult program?
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. What was your increase? You're up to 32 people now,
34.
34. What was you before that?
So in the years prior, I think we've held mid-20s.
Mid-20?
Yeah.
So you've got about a 12%, 12 people increase.
Yeah, I know there was, when Melinda Cox was the director, I was able to look back at some of that data. And in a previous meeting, she had stated that, you know, there was a time where there was over 40 participants, which there absolutely was. There was a decline. We had some staff turnover, which hinders our ability to really take on a whole lot more. And so we've been steadily inclining and increasing more and more every year. So hopefully we get back to that 40 mark.
Okay. What kind of increase per person do you think? Money wise, do you have any idea?
So I don't believe that the legislative branch increases per person. It is a total amount of $9,354.66 per participant. So if we have more participants slotted, then our money increases on what they grant.
Thank you.
I did the same thing with our juvenile treatment court. I know we've had a ton of discussions on what that's looking like, how that's operating. I'm still looking for a therapist, but I still want to, in hopes, put in for the grant so that, you know, if it's funded, I can maybe contract some services instead of having to hire somebody. In the years prior, I believe at one point in time, there was 11 participant slots. This last grant cycle, it went up to 14. And so I'm still requesting the same 14 slots as that has been in the past. So with the juvenile treatment court, their allotted price is a little bit different than the adults. Their participant per person is $14,716.84. So with asking for 14 participant slots, that would give an allocated funding of $206,035.76. Again, I'm asking the branch for the 20,000 surcharge to go into some of the same things of trainings, supplies for urinalysis, GPS monitoring, things of that nature. And then the county budget as well of being the 25% match. But everything is still pretty much the same as I'm wanting all of the state funding to help in our wages and benefits to hopefully eliminate some of those costs.
When is the deadline for their grant? You said it earlier,
The 19th,
19th.
yes. On the very back page, I did include, typically I send the invitation to Emma, but I figured since I was coming today, I would just hand it to you guys. We do have a CAS graduate, this Thursday. If you are able to come, see what work, our participants put in and the work that they do to better themselves, their families, and ultimately get off probation. All of our clients are required to work. They're required to be in the community. And so the program's not easy, but it is beneficial long-term for not only our clients, but our community as well. And financially for our funding and not bogging up the prison system.
I will try to make. Try is the key word for me.
One thing I did want to let everybody know as well is I was able to fill the adult therapist position for CAS. So I now have 2 therapists. Still kind of working on the clinical supervision piece, but I am back to having 2 therapists, which will help.
Good. Questions? Commissioners? Thank you for the update. I appreciate it. I will try to make the graduation.
Okay. I'll try and have, Judge
the-
Holmes have. do the
Supposed to rain
graduation
or
first.
supposed to snow that weekend. I mean, that day, I think.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman, the budget's already set down, so will this come up in the next budget interim?
Well, she'll
Or is
have,
something that we have to approve in the future?
this will affect her budget request to us. Because the deadline for the grant applications is the 19th of December. So she'll submit her grant applications. And then I don't know how long it takes them to review it. And then we will know by the time our budget starts what her grant request, what her budget request will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sage.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
I have a question. You'll do it. I was reading.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Another beautiful day here in Fremont County, I would say, given the time of year that we're in.
Yeah.
I don't have much for you this morning. I would like to run down the usual numbers and just point out those statistics for you and run through all four of the divisions here this morning. Our current inmate population as of yesterday stood at 119, which is extremely low, easy to handle for us. As you know, it's been upwards of 190 in the past. We had 20 people booked in over the weekend. Currently, as of yesterday, we're housing 85 males, 31 females, 0 in home confinement, 0 on furlough, 1 in the state hospital currently, and nobody out of county. We had a total of 405 bookings that came in the last 52 days since my last report to you, Mr. Chairman. Those statistically, 193 of those arrests came from the Riverton Police Department, 127 from my agency, 57 from the Lander Police Department, 20 from the Highway Patrol, 5 from the U.S. Marshal, 2 from the Shoshone Police Department, and 1 from the Upper Country of DuBois. Currently, our sentencing demographics are at 35. That includes 28 men and 7 women. Pre-adjudicated totals were 85 as of yesterday. 52% of those totals are originating out of district court, 43% out of the Riverton Circuit Court, 3 out of the Lander Circuit Court, 3%, and 2 out of the municipal court system.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Sheriff, thinking back to when we had 190 inmates, do you remember where we were in terms of the adjudicated versus pre-adjudicated?
That number would have been much higher, probably.
Was it higher in the pre-adjudicated or the
Pre-adjudicated would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 120, 130.
okay?
What we're dealing with, we're seeing people bond out, maybe come in on lesser crimes and those sorts of things that are happening. The population ebbs and flows. I know just as a few days ago, it was probably last week, we were hovering around the 140, 150 mark. So, but we're down to 119 as of yesterday morning. I don't know what we're at this morning though.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to look.
Thank you.
Staffing in the detention center, I currently have an opening for 1 deputy sheriff with nobody in background at this time, so we're pretty much fully staffed. We have 1 civility controller, open position there with 1 in background at this time. Our medical director, Dr. Brian D., resigned effective November 30th. We were aware that that was coming. Per our contract, he gave us a 90-day notice that he was going to be leaving. We're under new contract with the Dr. Dusty Hill, and that's effective as of December 1st. Mr. Chairman, there's no contractual changes as far as budgetary amounts changed or anything like that, so we're still on track with our current budget.
So the new medical director didn't make any changes to the contract or anything?
Not to the contract, and I was referencing, Mr. Chairman, the budgetary amounts that are budgeted for that specific position for the director. That stayed the same. On the lines of the budget, we're at 42% of the fiscal year elapsed, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. Currently, we're tracking our salaries line item, which is directly at 42% elapsed as of the current subsidiary, excuse me. And that's because we've been remaining pretty much fully staffed. Usually that number is quite a bit lower. Our inmate medical is under at 24%, significantly under. Medical supplies are right at 42%. Prisoners board, that's our inmate food and so forth. It's under at 39%, but overall that budget is looking healthy. There's not a lot of fat in the budget, but it's at 39% of the fiscal year elapsed. Mr. Chairman, moving on to the Emergency Dispatch Center, we're currently down 2 positions. We do have 2 people in background at this time. The County Communications Committee met, I believe it was on November 12th. They can just continue discussions on different operations within the facility and so forth. And they've also continued to start discussing again possible makeup of a different board makeup. Keeps coming to light where they discussing a possible joint powers board or something like that, but it's just discussion at this time. There's another meeting, I believe, next Wednesday. Correct. At 10 in Riverton at the land, or at the.
I knew it was coming up, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Correct. Call loads in October through November, they took 2,125 911 calls. Dispatched a total of 3,350 calls for service. Out of that total, 1,934 were law enforcement calls, 1,068 were EMS calls, and 244 were fire calls. With the budget, I don't have anything of significance I need to bring up with you at half the year expired. In our enforcement division, we're currently down 2 positions in the DuBois division with still have 2 working part-time. We're down 1 position in Riverton that will be filled next month. And I'm currently still down 1 admin deputy, but I have a person in background that will be coming to work for us hopefully very soon. Total calls for service this year include 6,695. It was a very busy period for us this last calendar year. And you know, I don't know if it's the weather. Well, I've been in this business quite a while, but when the weather cools down, things cool down for us as well. I can tell you that our calls begin to subside in the unincorporated areas around the Riverton area specifically, including the Gardens North subdivision. Mr. Chairman, on the topic of the Gardens North subdivision, I met with that. I don't know if it was a committee, but a group of individuals with Mr. Maxon here quite some time ago. And if you recall, we talked about putting some trespassing agreements in effect. For the most part, that has been done with all abandoned properties in the area. They have been posted by the owners, and agreement with the sheriff's office that if someone's on that property, that they can be cited or arrested for trespassing. We haven't had hardly any calls regarding those issues for quite some time.
So your number of calls to the garden, to that area has subsided, it's dropped dramatically.
I wouldn't say, Mr. Chairman, that it's dropped dramatically, but it's definitely lowered. I don't have numbers for you this morning. I can provide those to you at my next update if you wish.
Did you get a chance to look at the draft proposal of maybe that Steve Bauman and Nathan work together to? Okay.
Yes, I have.
All right, that's all I was curious about.
From an investigation standpoint, we've been very busy with numerous cases, obviously, and we've done a lot of cold case work this calendar year. A couple different cases that we've been working on very diligently. I'll leave it at that. With the budget at 42% of the fiscal year expired, we're tracking right now our overtime budget, which is at 40%. And but overall, that budget is looking fairly well with 36% at this time of the fiscal year. With respect to our search and rescue division, Mr. Chairman, this year, the fiscal year, we've had 20 missions year to date compared to 17 this time last year. Our search and rescue personnel continue to keep equipment ready and are ready to respond at any given notice to help folks out that are in need. We remain at the 4 fatalities that I've reported to you previously, which are listed there, sir. With that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have much more to add, but I would entertain any questions.
Questions, Commissioner?
Yes, Sheriff, where are we with the search and rescue conversation for Riverton?
With the building itself,
Just,
Mr. Chairman.
we've been talking about it for well over a year and a half.
Right. I think, you know, the footprint was established by some of the volunteers. They did the footprint plan, the landscaping, engineering aspect of it or whatever. I know that there was some bids that were let. Those come back very expensive. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I'd have to consult with my undersheriff, and I can get back with you on exactly where we are or not at with the search and rescue building in Riverton.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it just seems that was when we reviewed all the search and rescues, that was the one that was the worst shape. And we're tucked into a building without any water or heat and stuffed in there like a can of sardines. And it surprised me that we're not even having some conversation. So I'm just one commissioner, but I'd sure like to know where we're going, if anywhere.
seems like it's gone down the black hole. That's a conversation, I mean, that's where we're at. We were just waiting for further, and we've asked about it, but nothing comes about.
Mr. Chairman, know what we're thinking.
That building on North Eighth Street there, is it just leased from the city? Is that ours, or is that? How does that work? What's our
Commissioner,
layout?
Mr. Chairman, it belongs to Riverton Fire Protection District and it's leased to Fremont County for $0 and 0 cents for use.
Also, Mr. Cherokee, have you had a chance to look into those, the grants that the Coast Guard puts out? I mentioned that before.
Right.
About the Coast Guard being able to get grants for water issues, boats and whatever you need for search and rescue. Did you have a chance to look at that at all?
I have not, sir, Mr. Chairman, I haven't had time to look into that as of yet.
Okay, because there was a guy that was on the search and rescue from Trumbull County was telling me about it. And they sent back a huge chunk of money that we would be able to get in on if we took the time to look at it and maybe follow up on it. So,
You bet.
so if you could maybe spend a little time looking at it, see what we can come up with.
Anything further? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
That was through the Coast Guard. Right.
Okay, commissioners, now we will start board interview. We have, our first one on the agenda is, the Predator Board. We have one applicant at this time. Billy, please come up.
Good morning,
Morning,
Chairman. Commissioner.
So, do you have anything you'd like to start? Opening statement, if you will?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I was approached by a board member. I'll be straight up honest. I never thought about it till I was approached and I learned a lot what the Predator Board does. It's right up my alley. Avid outdoorsman. Very interested in wolf control.
Wolf or wolf?
Wolf. Wolf. You know, and I'm just very interested in serving on this board.
Good. Well, with that, we will start off with some questions and go from there. Perfect. Start with Commissioner Fabrisco.
Get into your busy schedule, Bill. I know you're all busy, but you got time to do it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the board meets once a month. Takes an hour and a half. I see no problem with that. It's during business hours, as long as this board don't have trouble with that. Taking an hour and a half out of my road and bridge stuff to serve on this board.
Yeah, I've been to the board meetings. They're good meetings and good people to work with. First, Jeremy, you said that they saw some wolves in Missouri Valley or Paradise Valley here?
Paradise Valley, between Paradise Valley and 8 Mile Road.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess that's good hunting for somebody, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all the questions I have. Sure.
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, thank you. And Billy, thank you for applying. So you say you've kind of looked into what the board does. Have you been to some of their meetings?
I have not. I was invited to the last one, but I had previous commitments.
Okay.
With the road project, so I could not attend that. But they are meeting, I believe, next week, 17th.
And if you can't answer this, maybe I can. So I know the meeting responsibility, but do you guys have to do some field work as well? Do you get involved with getting down and looking at things, or is it just pretty much all meeting?
That, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I was just wondering,
You want me to?
sure, go ahead. Yeah, then I'll grill him again.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ivan Laird. I'm presently the Vice Chair of the Fremont County Predator Board. to answer your question, most everything is really is meetings. We do have, the two trappers that we have, and then we also have, the fixed wing pilot and the helicopter pilot. And, for the most part, there is no field work for us. It's just a matter of providing our trappers and our pilots the means to be able to do the best job they possibly can do.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to remember. Thank you. Appreciate it. So really the question, now we'll just deal with Billy, but, the question was, okay, the time thing.
Right.
Obviously, your job is kind of 9 to 5, but it's not.
Correct.
Never. So you mentioned the wolf. What are your thoughts about
Is that wolf or wolf?
it? Well, you tell me. Wolf. God. Don't ask me to properly announce anything.
I think, Mr. Chairman, there's a place for them, but they also need regulated,
Yeah,
which the Predator Board does.
yeah.
Again, I'm learning. I will be learning if I
Yeah.
do get appointed. I'm here for the sportsman too.
Sure.
This position is the sportsman
Right.
member,
Right.
so I want to listen to constituents.
Yeah.
If people have concerns or whatever, and come back to the board.
Yeah.
And
Good enough.
help the sportsman if that helps.
That's great. It's great. Well, thanks again for applying, and
You bet.
I'm sorry I didn't have better questions to beat up on you.
So this is for a full 3-year term, correct?
Yeah.
And, so the present board member is not re-upping apparently.
He's turned out.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, something else if I can, with my knowledge of budgets. Part of being a member on this board is budgetary, so
Oh, sure.
I wanna hopefully help the board with budget here.
All right. And you are our only applicant for one vacancy. Any further questions?
Have none, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We will let you know as soon as the board makes a decision.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Billy to the Predator Board.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Billy Meeks to the Predator Board for a 3-year term. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Motion passed. I should have opposed.
You should.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment. Our public meeting is next Wednesday, the 17th of December, starting at 1:30 in the classroom at the Fremont Center in Riverton. And you guys are always welcome to be a part of the meetings, but this is the public meeting, advertised public meeting, and I'd like to see you there if somebody's interested. Thank you.
Like to see somebody last night, about dark. The last 3 nights I've had them in my front yard. And not just one, several. But so I went out there and DVDs. So dark, you can't see nothing, so I fired a few warning shots. Quieted it down. Thank you, Billy.
You bet. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Ivan.
Thank you.
Bob. Now this is for the Solid Waste Board. And we have
About,
3 openings. Sure. Bob, you have a opening statement? Anything you'd like to say?
Well, I guess, I've been a board member now for 1.5 years, and I think I'm fitting well and enjoying my time there, and I would like to continue. And still, once again, and it is becoming more, I retired from solid waste And it was recommended to me that I join, so they have an employee's perspective on the board. And I feel like I'm fitting in that role.
Are you getting quite a few questions?
No, not so much yet, but supposedly there's some policy work coming up that my opinion would have value and yeah, that's about what I got.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, thanks for reapplying. So tell me what you've learned in the year and a half. Anything surprise you? Anything, just share your experience a little bit of what you're learning and what you're seeing.
Well, I have learned that it's easy for me to get in over my head on the money part of it. You know, I've just been a hand my whole life, and when we're talking about these kind of budgets and that, it's kind of out of my league. I make the best decision I can, but that's not my real place on the board is arguing over budgets or that. I just listen and make my best choice, but I guess and I knew that when I going in that, dealing with big budget is somewhat out of my league. But I don't know, I feel I have value there.
Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thanks for serving the time you have, Bob. Appreciate you coming forward again to serve. The only question I have is maybe it's a comment here, Bob. Here, I believe it was 2 years ago, the DEQ or the Environmental Protection Agency, I don't remember which, said that solid waste districts were to dig trenches and for animals to be buried, not to be just put on the pit and plowed in. They need to be put in a compost type scenario where you put them in and you put some dirt on that day. And they're covered up. That way you don't draw in the crows and everything else and smearing them all in the pit. So would you check, you and Mike, you're on that board too, right, Mike?
I'm the liaison.
Okay, that's right. That's right. Anyway, would you check to make sure that we start doing that if we haven't done it? I believe it's on statute now. And so maybe you could look up the statute, and I don't remember where it was at in the statutes, but I saw it there 2 years ago, I think it was, and I never got to ask what the liaison about it, but would you make sure that that start to happen?
Yeah,
You may be doing it now, I don't know.
no, not that I'm aware of, and it hasn't. This is the first I've heard of it, but we meet next Monday and I'll get it put on the agenda.
Yeah, because people with their pets and, their favorite horse and their favorite dog and whatever, have some emotion tied into it.
I understand.
And, so, I as a board member would like to see that happening, or they have a special place to compost their animals.
We'll discuss it Monday.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I've disposed a couple of animals out there, a couple horses over the time. It was always in a trench. Now I don't stick around at the end of the day to see if they throw anything on it, but they usually throw stuff on the dump anyway, the landfill, sorry. Anyway, but it was always in a separate trench. As a matter of fact, my truck broke down. I almost didn't get it out of the trench, but yeah, that I know they've done that in the past.
Okay. I just wanted you.
But Mr. Chair, I don't believe they have a separate, if it's code now that it has to go in a separate ditch.
We'll have to look at the statute.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just upped it here 2 years ago, I believe. So if you would check on it for me, Bob,
Yes.
Mike, and I brought it to your attention, so.
Okay.
It doesn't have a lot to do with your appointment here, but you're on the board, so I got an ear to talk to, so.
You got it.
Thanks, Bob.
Bob, since you've been there a year and a half, what would you like to accomplish? What would you like to improve, maybe, change some things?
Well, I just heard, I stopped up this morning and I went with a ride with the Lander foreman, just so that I'm familiar with the whole operation. So if something comes up that I understand, which I feel, and I feel that my position is kind of an employee liaison,
Right.
that to give the employees a voice. So I rode with the foreman and asked him for questions, concerns, and I just heard this morning now that we have some policy work coming up, which this morning is the first. I don't know what policies or what that entails, but I feel that I would have important input there. You know, there's some policies I didn't especially care for when I worked there, and I would have an opinion.
Right. Right. Well, I can appreciate that. At least the employees have a voice, if you will. Or at least they can talk to you and feel comfortable since you used to work there.
Yes. And most, I mean, I don't even, I don't necessarily, I mean, I have my own concerns, you know, these policies of now were in effect when I was there. So I would darn sure have an opinion.
Any further questions? Mr. Rich?
No, I have no further questions.
Okay. So like I say, we have 3 openings. We have 2 interviews today. And once we make the decision, we'll let you know as soon as we can.
You betcha.
Okay. Thank you for coming over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mark?
Morning.
Morning. How are you? Mark, you got an opening statement? Anything you'd like to say?
I've been on the board for 4 terms now, 12 years. I really enjoyed it. I had a pretty steep learning curve, as Bob mentioned. There's a lot to it. Even I had a regulatory background with DEQ. I never worked with solid waste or landfills, but so I learned a lot, and I feel like I have been contributing. I am the chairman currently, so that kind of keeps me in the loop. They drag me up there almost every week to sign checks, stuff like that. So I've got my finger on the pulse, I guess you could say. But yeah, I think I've contributed. I think the landfill has made some good progress. We've wrestled with a lot of big issues. We've spent a lot of money on facilities. But yet we've saved a lot of money too over the years. We have a sizable reserve account, as you know, and I think that's a good thing. We have a good board. I think everyone on there has contributed. Mr. Carlson, particularly in the areas of practical matters, safety issues, and so on. It's been good to have that presence on the board. So I find it challenging. I enjoy the work. I enjoy the people. And I would definitely like to serve another term.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, you've served 4 terms, so you know how the drill is. We will ask you some questions, and we will vote on the outcome, and let you know as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
Sounds good.
We'll start with Commissioner Frisch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for reapplying, Mr. Moxley. In our outlying areas like Atlantic City, Pavilion, Shoshone, Lakeside, these areas, these people in these outlying areas are use their the dumpsters that are brought to them. They really come into the sites here. Would it not be because you receive about 3 mils, which is about $3 million from the taxpayers, 2 million? Okay. Don't you think maybe those people in these outlying areas have paid their taxes would cover those outlying areas just in their taxes alone? Versus a residential area that has generated quite a bit more. Is there a possibility of reducing or to go to zero on taking those canisters out to those outlying areas? I kind of feel like they've already paid that tax.
So your concerns with the fees,
Not
not
the fees for
necessarily
the outlying areas.
not necessarily the level of service, but fees.
Yes.
I would say I agree with you. The fees are pretty minimal and pretty insignificant. So in the big scheme of things, it probably wouldn't make much difference to our operation if we made them free.
And it's just for the residents that live, not everybody running out there.
But our philosophy is that everybody should pay the same. And we've maintained that over the years, that we've never increased our fees. But so that would be, I guess, probably the only issue, if you're gonna make the services free for these outlying areas, then other folks are gonna feel like they're not being treated fairly. We can talk about it. Like I said, I don't think it makes a big difference in our finances, so.
Well, I would like to really just discuss it.
Yeah.
Maybe report back to us. But thank you for serving. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mark, you still have a current search on for a supervisor or superintendent?
No, I'll tell you what we did. You guys all know Camille Woody. He's been our business manager for a long time. And when our superintendent left, it's been over 2 years ago now, 2.5 years, he took over. And we ended up promoting her to the supervisor. Meantime, we did advertise, we did interview some folks. What it boils down to is we really don't pay enough to attract a PE into that position. We interviewed a couple, but they really didn't have the experience that we were looking for. So what we've done is we've hired Mr. Fry. He lives in Arizona. We've hired him. He works from home part-time. And we task him with engineering tasks and operational oversight. He works with the regulatory agencies. We've got a lot of issues in progress with BLM, with the Army, with the DEQ, etc. His expertise in those areas is very helpful. So that's our management structure at this point. Camille's been in charge basically since Mr. Fry left, and she's done an excellent job.
Great.
do you, you still contract with an engineering firm?
We do, we've had a long-term contract with Burns and McDonnell to do strategic planning. They prepare, budget analyses and project on out 20 years, modeling our income, revenues, and our expenses. We still employ, Tri-Hydro, to do environmental monitoring and so on. So yes, our hope is, however, that we will be reducing that. You're bring up a concern that many of us share. We spend a lot of money on engineering services. And I'd sure like to cut that back.
Unfortunately, I don't think we can. I think it's just a requirement of projects and the funding we get and grants, and so on and so forth.
I think there's some potential. The environmental monitoring, we're working hard, and as I said, Mr. Fry is working with DEQ to reduce our monitoring requirements. We feel that it's warranted, and I think we can at least reduce our budget with Tri-Hydro in that regard. We've used Burns and McDonnell to design our new transfer station, for instance. That was a big project. And now that that's done, I think there's opportunity to reduce their expenses also. But you're probably right. Overall, we probably will still need outside engineering consultants. That's the way things go.
What projects or changes are in the near future that people are going to see, notice, maybe affect them?
We just finished the new transfer station building. Well, I say finished, there's still a few little minor things getting worked out, but we built that in anticipation of the closure of the Lander landfill in approximately 3 years. So that'll be a big change coming. We'll start directing all of the local waste into that transfer station, and it'll be hauled out to Sandra. We will probably start phasing into that as the mountain of trash grows. If the working space becomes smaller, and we don't want to mix a lot of public traffic with heavy equipment up there. So you may have noticed we've got some roll-off containers that people with just a small amount of trash can just pull in there and throw their trash in the roll-offs, and then we haul them up to the landfill. So that's been a change. When we move to Sandra, we will close the Riverton transfer station also. That's our plan. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to run a transfer station in Riverton when Sandra is relatively close. I think it's 7 miles out of Riverton. We will continue to operate our recycling centers, and hopefully people continue to utilize those. Those are the big changes.
Okay. Questions? Further questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the closure of the landfill at Lander that sounds like the domino that precipitates the change at Riverton, because you'd then be going to Sandra. Is that correct? Correct.
pretty much. I mean,
So all
we're
things.
not just gonna quit on one day.
Right.
You know, it'll be a
Fair enough.
transition. But,
And,
yeah.
and what further infrastructure is still needed out at Sandra?
Well,
prepare
all
for that,
all our heavy equipment is gonna be at Sandra. We'll have trucks here in Lander, you know, to transfer waste. But we really need a heavy equipment shop out at Sandra. We did put in a new scale house out there. But we need a full-scale equipment shop out there. And we will probably pave the access road in there.
So several $1 million still left. to
Oh,
go.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I just a point of clarification, and Commissioner, I had the same question when I came on about our outlying areas. So I think the key difference is they depend on volunteers to help, to open. So they pay the same fees, but they do have to have volunteer help, right, in Light Site and in Atlantic City. Those are the only two places.
No, there's
And Pavilion, yes.
several.
And so we are dependent on that in those outlying areas. So that's the key difference. Is that the conversation you want to have, is understanding that more? Okay, okay. So I really don't have a ton of questions, other than, you know, what's our next couple of year plan, and I think you touched on that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Question.
Just one question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moxley, you know, Burns and McDowell, they're out Kansas City, Missouri. We have over 100 engineering firms in the state of Wyoming. We can't find one here that would help the state economy, maybe even Fremont County.
We have talked about going out for proposals on that. Certainly do that. And we've been, you know, Burns McDonald has worked for us as long as I've been on our board, but it's been a long time. They do have an office in Cody. Yeah, that'd be appropriate to go look and see who else is interested.
Okay. Since there's no further questions, we will discuss this and let you know when we know.
Thank you.
Thank you for your interest in re-signing up.
You bet.
Mitch, we're running a little bit early, but
thank you. So what I wanted to address today was private property rights within the diminished lands, which was the Congressional Act of 1905. First request I would like to make is that we Fremont County residents living within these diminished lands are asking that this body of Fremont County Commissioners address enforcement of federal and state laws with Governor Gordon. The precedence for that is U.S. federal law, the United States Congress, Congressional Act of 1905, 33 Statutory 1016, where these federal statutes ratified an agreement between the United States and the Shoshone and Arapaho tribes, which authorized the secession of land within the Wind River Indian Reservation. President Roosevelt signed that congressional act into law in 1905 on March 3rd. Second one would be the United States Federal Appellate Court, 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, Wyoming versus the EPA, case 14-952, Congressional Act of 1905. The Appellate Court on February 22nd, 2017, ruled in favor of the state of Wyoming that the reservation was in fact diminished by the Congressional Act of 1905. Precedent number 3, United States Supreme Court petition to review the lower court's ruling on the Wyoming versus the EPA case. The United States Supreme Court denied the review, upholding the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruling. So my second request would be for we citizens of Fremont County that are living within these diminished lands, ask this body to address federal and state law enforcement with Governor Gordon. The crutches of this is we private landowners' concerns for those of us that all live within these diminished lands. Since 2017, bison have been running at large. They have consistently encroached on our privately owned deeded land. Brand inspectors have not been able to identify ownership, which is a crutch. Because when we have livestock come onto our property, we want to make sure whether or not those are cattle or buffalo, that they are turned over to the rightful owner. But the brand inspectors can't identify ownership. These bison running at large have caused considerable amount of private property damage. None of us are asking for reimbursement. We never have, and we won't. We just want to bring these issues to the attention of the board. Our barbed wire fences have been ruined. Our electric fences have been ruined in some cases. Gates have been damaged. Fence braces have been broken. And we've had damage to our equipment. Having a center pivot sitting out there in the middle of the field and having buffalo bison rub up against it, bison eating on the wiring is a big concern. The other concern is we have livestock, bred heifers, cows that are now mixing with a herd of bison that we cannot identify whether or not they're brucellosis free. We live in a brucellosis area. We want to protect that status. From October 1st of 2025 through October 14th of 2025, we had numerous buffalo encroaching on my land, Woolries, Greebles, and Aragons. Crucial part of this is Aragons and Greebles are enrolled Shoshone members. Woolry and I are not. So this impacts both tribal members and non-tribal members that own deeded land within the diminished lands. The interesting thing about it is Wyoming state statutes and state agencies have legal jurisdiction. State statutes place legal jurisdiction underneath the Wyoming Livestock Board. The reason the Wyoming Game and Fish does not have legal jurisdiction is because those areas have not been designated as a wild bison area. So jurisdiction as to a law-abiding citizen within the diminished lands belongs to the Wyoming Livestock Board. Wyoming, and that falls underneath State Statute Title 11, Agricultural Livestock and Other Animals and Privately Owned Bison. Wyoming Administrative Code, Chapter 41, Designation 040-41, Code R41-4, all bison in Wyoming are considered privately owned except when they fall into the bison management areas. These do not. Proof of ownership underneath 040-41 Wyoming Code R41-2. Owners must provide documentation of ownership to the Wyoming Livestock Board upon request. October 1st and 2nd, that was refused to provide ownership paper to prove ownership of those buffalo. Removal of private owned buffalo is underneath 040-41 Wyoming Code R, State Statute 41-5. Marking and identification of buffalo is underneath 040-41, Code R, State Statute 41-6, and Chapter 21. Privately owned bison are require board approval on individual identification. So our third request would be the same as the first two. We, Fremont County residents living in the diminished lands, ask this body to address enforcement of federal and state law with Governor Gordon. In closing, we state and county residents were told in 2016 bison would be reintroduced on the federal trust lands, i.e. the Wind River Indian Reservation. However, these bison have only been running on privately owned deeded land within the diminished lands of Fremont County, Wyoming. Therefore, the state of Wyoming and its agencies, the Wyoming Livestock Board, has legal regulatory jurisdiction, and we ask these federal and state agencies and the laws and regulations be enforced. That's it. Any questions?
Yes, yeah, Mitch, thanks for coming in on this. So tell me where the Wyoming Livestock Board, does that sit under ag or is that an agency of the governor, the executive branch?
Wyoming Livestock Board is its own state agency, same as the Wyoming Game and Fish.
Okay.
And I can tell you between October 1st and October 14th, I spoke with the director of Wyoming Game and Fish after the brand inspectors told me they couldn't identify ownership, and then advised me that I couldn't turn over those bison to just anybody. That they recommended that I get a hold of the Wyoming Game and Fish underneath the wild bison status. I spoke with Director Angie Bruce on Thursday evening. She stated, and I agree with her, she does not have jurisdiction because it's not been designated a bison management area. I got a complaint called in against me. And I was notified by the Wyoming Livestock Board representative, Mr. Luza, I believe, that there had been a complaint called in against me because I was illegally holding tribal buffalo. For which I told that gentleman, I've had your brand inspector out here for 2 days. He can't identify ownership. Who do I turn him over to? Fair question. For which he said that he would then get a hold of Director Steve True. October 9th, I had a conversation with Governor Gordon after having these buffalo on us consistently. Governor Gordon informed me that it was a legislative issue, and that the legislation needed to get back together to address this with legislative. And I stated to him, I said, I disagree. Reading state statutes, reading the regulations, the Wyoming Livestock Board has full jurisdiction. Underneath their rules and regulations, if they cannot identify ownership within 48 hours, and I do not want this. They have legal authority to either impound that livestock, for which the state of Wyoming classifies all buffalo as livestock, not wildlife. We're caught in a 2020 between a rock and a hard spot, where it appears as though the state will not enforce state law nor federal law that put the diminished lands underneath the jurisdiction of the state of Wyoming. Go ahead.
Another question.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, and I've heard some conversation buzzing around in different places. Do you know if the Ag Committee is taking this issue up to discuss? Has that come up on their agenda at all? Or?
I did get a hold of Bob Ide.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I sent a letter to the governor, Secretary of State, the Attorney General, to the Senate leadership team, both House and Senate side, and directly to Representative Winters and Bob Ide. Bob Ide did call me back, which I appreciated tremendously. And his basic comment was, why isn't the Wyoming Livestock Board dealing with this? I said, very good question. I did get offers from both Angie Bruce, Steve True, and Governor Gordon.
True. What is he in charge of?
He's the director of the Wyoming Livestock Board.
Okay, thanks. I wrote his name down, but I wasn't sure. Okay.
And they all offered to call Jason Valdez and ask him to come haze buffalo off of us. For which the reply was, if your brand inspectors can't identify legal ownership, how can you authorize the turning over of livestock to just anybody? So it's a catch-22. And it has greatly increased the encroachments since 2017. So,
thanks for coming back, but, so it had a brief conversation with Micah.
Yes.
Yesterday. And of course, no offense, Nathan, but when lawyers bring up legalese conversations about the takings clause and things of that nature, which I think you're into. I had to look up takings clause. I always have to look up exactly what they're talking about, which has to do with property and having due course or due process to remove that property, like Portal Highway and different like that. But it sounded like it touched in on that. Do you have the names and the folks in here that you were talking about is that all in this document here?
no, that's
Okay.
just a write-up of
Okay.
what I presented today. But if you would like,
Yeah.
I can provide you with a copy of the letter that I submitted to the governor
Okay.
and Secretary of State and so forth. Because the issue that I see is this, if you'll just bear with me for a minute. None of us have a problem with the buffalo. We don't, or the bison. It's respect for private property. It's respect for our property that sits within the diminished lands. Right now, the problem that we have is these buffalo have never run on federal trust land. They're running on privately owned property within the diminished lands. While the tribe has classified them as wildlife, the state, because they're all diminished lands, private property, they fall underneath livestock. There's another catch-22.
Yeah.
That we, both tribal and non-tribal privately owned landowners, seem to be caught in between these two issues. And the first night we had them on us, October 1st, I called Jason Valdez, I called Dennis O'Neill, I called Art Lawson, I called Ernie Lawson. The only one I had call me back was Ernie, which was funny. Because Ernie was like, those aren't my buffalo. And I'm like, well, they aren't mine. I'm just trying to figure out who they are.
Anybody else have buffalo out there?
Yeah, there's
Oh, okay.
Mr. Oldham runs buffalo, Haley Whiteman runs
Okay.
buffalo, and
Okay.
do
They brand?
Pardon?
Do they brand?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I think they run ear tags.
Okay.
So it's how do you deal with an issue like that?
Right.
Where you reach out to the governing bodies, you reach out to the jurisdictional that have jurisdiction, and you know, I even spoke with the state vet, Haley, because of the amount of buffalo bison manure we had. I was concerned about brucellosis, so were my neighbors. My cow herd came home on October 25th. Woolworths had come home before that, and then they brought home their cow herd just a couple weeks ago. My uncle Darwin has his cows running over on the Cunningham place in the 80. And so our concern was, because nobody would tell us whether or not who owned these buffalo. Were they brucellosis free? Which sort of was amazing. So when I reached out to the state vet, I asked if they could send a vet to come do samples. No reply. And that time of year, brucellosis is most prevalent in the spring and the fall. It lives longer as a bacteria. So my only response in my letter to the governor was, come October 25th, when my cows come home, I will not tolerate any more breaches. I can't. Nor can the Wolverines, nor can my uncle, nor can the Aragons. This is our livelihood. We respect what the tribe's doing with buffalo. We just have a concern with the containment of them.
Okay. If I understand this right, are you looking for us to help you in advocating to the different parties that are bouncing you around at this point, or?
What we're asking for is, and I breached this in the letters that I sent to the governor and the attorney general, is the state of Wyoming, its state agencies, and is it county governments going to uphold federal law that put these diminished lands within the legal jurisdiction of the state of Wyoming? Are the Wyoming state agencies underneath the state government, are they going to enforce their legal jurisdiction within these diminished lands? Because the biggest question for us landowners is, if we cannot get the state to uphold federal law and state regulations, what exactly are our private property rights? Good question. So we're advocating for this body to reach out to the governor's office in our behalf as county constituents to have this discussion. Because right now we do not know.
Mr. Chairman, Mitch, has the governor assigned anybody on his staff that, or you have discussed it directly with the governor?
I spoke with the governor on October 9th, 7:46, standing out in my alfalfa fields. Representative Salazar requested a meeting with the governor and hand delivered the letter that I had sent to the governor. I was advised that that was a very heated conversation. But that the governor was either going to address these concerns to me in either a memo or a letter, for which I have not seen. And I will say this, after October 2nd, when the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish, who had no legal jurisdiction, authorized the removal of the buffalo from our lands.
She did.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And I appreciate her doing it, but I don't understand the legal standing there. The buffalo, some of the buffalo returned, or were lost during the hazing of them upriver. I don't know which. But after October 6th, I stopped calling the governor, Director True, Director Bruce, but I kept calling the district brand inspector. He asked me to constantly send him pictures. Lee Ramza was the gentleman I spoke with that had a complaint filed against me. So, yeah, we're advocating for this body to reach out to the governor.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, just one more question, and Lee, who did he file this complaint with?
And I was told by Lee Ramza that Jason Valdez had called and filed a complaint against me for illegally holding what he deemed were his buffalo. The interesting part about that, in some aspects, was I told you folks that I had called Jason Valdez, Dennis O'Neill, Ernie Hart on October 1st. Ernie Lawson, when he was the only one that called me back, asked me if I'd called. I said, yes, I had, Jason and Dennis. And he said he would reach out to him. My neighbor on the north side of me, the Aragons, enrolled members, Bonnie's husband drove to Dennis's house to see if he could get in touch with him. We were working with the entities. And Melvin came back home, said Dennis and Jason cannot be disturbed as they're conducting a sweat just on the south side of the river from me. I never got a call back from either one of them. I did have, and the other thing that was sort of frustrating was we landowners had tribal entities that never asked for permission to come onto our land, but just drove onto it. Woolries actually had to send down one of their hands to find out who was in the truck and the trailer with the horses down on their south field. They didn't even ask for permission. Just drove on like they owned it. That doesn't foster good neighborhoods. Every year I get tribal cows on me. Not a problem. I know most of the tribal ranchers in that area. I call them up. I haze their cows into my corrals. I hold them, I feed them, I water them. They come get them when they can. Life is good. I don't have, nor do the Woolries, nor do the Greeples, anybody that I know on these diminished lands, have structures to handle bison. Especially bison that are theoretically deemed wildlife and are treated as wildlife, not treated as livestock. I'm dealing with concerns.
Well, thank you, Mitch. We're getting real quick.
Brucellosis, how would they check the buffalo for brucellosis?
It's a blood test.
You'd have to have it in a chute then.
Yep.
Put it in a chute. Take a blood sample, send it off.
Right.
So you have to have some kind of identification on that animal.
Right. So, we can go into this further, but we are running
Thank you.
behind and, we'll move forward. We got a busy
Send me
afternoon.
the letter you sent.
I will do that.
Okay.
Mr.
Tracy.
Chairman, I also have a
You read
resolution.
the county
from
or
the
you're-
Republican
Yeah,
Party. Is that what he
Emma or
Emma?
my email at the county.
Thank you.
He wants this resolution, is that the issue? This resolution that the Republican Party passed, is that the resolution that you want signed?
Yeah.
By this board?
That would be great.
Okay.
We'll have
I'll
to,
get copies of them and give to the rest of them.
Okay.
Sure.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Scott. Morning. Here. Go ahead.
We're looking for permission to refill the voice collection manager position. We got a few weeks ago. She left for a different position. And we'd like to refill that position at the same salary that it currently is, 38,780.
38 what?
780. Yes. 38,780.
Okay, questions, commissioners?
We're just, somebody that you're replacing or somebody, okay, somebody that's worked with you. Yeah.
Yeah, we
And what place, Riverton Land or?
do voice, it's a collections manager position.
Okay.
We're going to start advertising immediately.
Yeah, we'll probably advertise immediately, but I wouldn't anticipate getting anybody on. We couldn't bring anybody on until January 6th in order to pick up the difference in the thing. So I don't actually expect finding anybody, February, maybe early March, I think.
Right.
Would be realistic for us.
Doug, questions, commissioners? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to allow the museum to replace the collection position up in Du Bois. And what was the salary? I'm sorry.
38,780.
38,780.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve the refilling the soon to be vacant position for the Du Bois collection manager for the museum. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
You sure wait for
See,
Jennifer? Or do you
I can.
Okay.
Yep. Billy and Clarence.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. We are here to discuss some signage in the Atlantic City area. Got some issues up there with speeding and whatnot. Tatum kind of started this. Do you want to give kind of a back history?
Yeah, so I live in Atlantic City and there are currently 11 kids that live there and all but 2 are homeschooled. So they're up there all the time. They're out on the roads all the time. Over the last many years, the speeding has become quite a problem and many residents have put up their own signs to help slow the traffic, slow down the traffic. It hasn't really worked. Those are ignored. So we're just hoping to keep from having a tragedy on the road. So we also have a lot of seniors that live up there and they walk to their mailbox every day. We have the Continental Divide Trail that's gotten very, very, very popular with the hikers and bikers. We have historic walks through the town. So we have a lot going on there. So we just feel as though a flashing sign would really help slow down the traffic and make people pay attention when they go through the town.
So the total would be.
Is there, there's 2 posts here?
Correct. Mr. Chairman, there's 2 different style signs. If we do move forward, I prefer the more expensive ones. I think they get people's attention. Better, either way, I think either signs, whichever direction we decide to go, is gonna help. I personally like the ones that feed back to you that says slow down. Yep. I mean, if it saves a kid's life or somebody.
Especially at night.
Yep, exactly.
Then we quote the speed that they're going, slow down.
Yep.
They drop below that level.
Yep, correct. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Thomas has anything to chime in on either here?
What fund would this come out of?
Chairman, LATC.
And not one of our road funds, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Well, the issue of LATC was meant for the issue of making safety changes and adapting to safety. In the long run, we need to use it, so this isn't a large amount. And in that, would help us to move to using that LATC funds for the future, in a sense, not having any left over. But this amount is not large enough to cause major damage, but it's enough to spend on what criteria was meant for LATC in a sense of safety and providing safety. Atlantic City has grown, it's growing. We have a lot of traffic through there. In talking with Jennifer, she is that's her district, but in that, talking with her, she also states the fact that safety wise, right now, there is no sign, no way of saying what the speed or how fast you're going. And in that, and I hate to say it, county transportation does such an excellent job on that road. You could fly down that road even in the wintertime, and those roads are done very well too. So it's going to be quite easy for someone to speed in the spring and summer, but the roads are really done well up there. So they do a really excellent job. So in that, the sign is two signs are needed, one on each end of the entryway.
One of my concerns is like all the county road signs that we have that are vandalized or shot, or you shoot one of these, it's over.
I think, Chairman, with the collaboration with community members at Atlantic City, I think we should be able to themselves form a way of being able to watch over those. I think also we're having meetings on how to do that with other signs. So I think we're working on making sure all signs are not going to be vandalized in the future.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
We do have a lot of community members with cameras up there, and most people who live up there are retired or work from home and around all the time, and they do see a lot and they do pay attention. And the places that are potential places for the signs are areas that there are houses around right there, and so there would be eyes on those signs.
Mr. Chairman, for the best part.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so question, looking at the way I said, maybe this isn't gonna be incomplete, but you would still need some other physical signs. And it sounded like Commissioner Thomas says there are no signs up there at this point? Just to say what the speed limit is.
There is, Mr. Chairman, but it's like we got a speed limit sign closer to the state shop. I'd call them on the north end of Atlantic City.
Okay.
But there's really no sign coming into Atlantic City.
Should we add one?
Yes, well, that's already in the works.
Okay.
Coinciding with whatever we decide here
Okay.
today.
Okay, and then this would, so they'd see the sign and then you're
Correct.
right away, you'd see some kind of
Right.
information that you're out.
And Mr. Chairman already ordered some other advisory signs saying children at play, Sherwood Road, slow down.
Yeah.
Make sure you're able to access it pretty seamlessly.
Oh.
Gorgeous.
Any other questions?
No.
Chairman, I motion for approval for this first quote for the total amount of $9,316 for 2 signs for the use at Atlantic City for the issue of controlling the speed up there.
Second.
Been moved in second to approve the amount. I would suggest we move it to a minimum of $9,400 because we're gonna have to have posts and installation and I mean, that's just the purchase price of the signs.
Chairman, modifying that, $9,400 coming out of LATC funds for the use of these 2 signs.
Is that good with the second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the amount of $9,400 for electronic signs as indicated in the bid presented. And that funding will come out of LATC funding. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so as you know, there's a process. I need to have you authorize an amount and I need you then to accept the bid. So if you want to do it in one motion, that's fine. I do need some kind of application. I did not receive anything on this. And then I will have to do your authorization form so that they can put the bid on it, which we also did today. I mean, there's a process to this too. When I have to report to the federal government, thank you very much for making sure I can do that. Thank you.
So with that being said, if it's good with the motion and the second, we will postpone this until the proper application and the proper paperwork are in, and that will be, I would assume, next week.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, you can prove everything you want to today, but if you're not really sure about the dollar amounts too, and you want to wait a week and get that all in, I think we could do that
I think the
another day.
Yeah. Dollar amount's set.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to do it,
Okay.
just change it to authorization of $9,400 out of LATC for whatever you're gonna call this project, please. And then approve whoever I don't know who the bid is to.
Solar
or-
traffic systems.
Chairman, so moved on that.
And then
Good.
whoever the bid is to is who and for what.
So,
Is there?
Chairman. Authorization of $9,400 for to come out of LATC funds. For 2 traffic signs for Atlantic City. From the Solar Traffic Systems. Who manufacture LED traffic signs.
That's it. And then you can fill out the application and we will sign that when it comes in.
Yeah.
Is that good with the second?
Yes, second.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Okay. Here, that's it.
Thank you, Chairman.
You'll need one of those for, that's your three here, the one here. Yep. Okay, so those will be gone.
Okay, we need to adjourn from the Fremont County Board of Commissioners into the Board of Equalization. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
You're in Board of Equalization.
Just-
Sarah coming over?
No, this is us.
Do you have?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, so the issue is that, just to get a recap, so we did receive the finding of facts and conclusions of law on the Stetler case. And it actually, if you go to the last page, it says that the Board of Equalization, their certification is withdrawn or vacated because the board lacked subject matter jurisdiction, and the matter is remanded back to Fremont County Board of Equalization for dismissal because it lacks subject matter jurisdiction as well. We did send this to the attorney's office, our attorney's office, and Tara, and then also to Mr. Stetler's attorney, who has now made a motion for continuance. And it has been recommended to us that we go ahead and accept the continuance and set a date in January to see if he can do that one. So the January meetings are somewhere.
So the first thing we need to do is make a motion to dismiss, correct?
Mr. Chairman, we are going not to do that. We are going to do the continuance because he wants to be present for that. So it was recommended to me to tell you that, so. You have to. 6/13 for 20th. So we could reschedule whatever date you want. We could try with the 6th and see if that works for the attorney, or you can give us the leeway to find out what works for him in January, I guess. And then we'll set it and let you know. But I think our motion is to grant the motion for continuance. Is that right, Nathan? Make sure I say it right.
Chairman, so moved on that.
But we need a date.
13th.
13. Okay.
You second.
Thank you. We moved in second to grant a motion of continuance for the, is there a case number?
Docket number 2024-04.
2024-04.
Yeah, 2024-04, yes.
Okay. Grant a motion of continuation, docket 202404 to be set January 13th. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, we will adjourn from the Board of Equalization and back into the Board of County Commissioner meetings, proceedings. VOA, Volunteers of America, Heidi McNeil. Is Kevin coming in today too?
No, he'll be here next Tuesday.
Okay, so, okay. All right, so that's, I was thinking that that was what we were gonna talk about today.
Chairman, this is a new request.
Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you for Reese. A brief introduction. My name is Heidi McNeil. I'm the Vice President of Residential Services for Volunteers of America. Center of Hope is one of the facilities that I oversee. I just wanted to meet to propose and request that $164,250 for treatment services for opioid use disorder for the purposes of the opioid relief funds. I have a small bit of information that I have put together on what the Center of Hope is and what this ask entails.
Okay.
So the Center of Hope, just to give you guys a brief overview, there are a total of 21 beds within the facility. 6 of those beds currently are accounted for social detox services, and 11 are accounted for 3-1. 2 of those beds are currently social detox beds that the Arapaho tribe has supported for the opioid relief fund. The other 2 beds are the beds that I am requesting the funding for to provide opioid relief services at the 3-1 level of care for clients for 1 year.
Do you have the room there?
We do. So with those 2 beds, if we set those 2 beds aside, that would account for 2 beds that are currently not accounted for through any other contractual agreement. And in meeting with Tana, excuse me, and the opioid relief team, there were various questions and things like that, along with the Exhibit A with the opioid relief fund. The first 4 points on that exhibit with allocation of what the funds can be used for, we
meet 4 of those. I know the packet is more so the beginning is information on the center, just to give you guys a background on that. I'll skip to the purposes of the opioid relief funding. The funding request is for 2 designated beds for those that meet the opioid use disorder criteria, diagnostic criteria, at a day rate of $225 with a total amount of $164,250. Just to capitalize on why this is so important is Fremont County is one of the 2 highest rated counties in Wyoming in 2023 with their vulnerability report for the use of opioid related hospital visits. In the first half of 2025, it was actually reported by the Fremont County coroner that there's a huge increase in the opioid related deaths in Fremont County. 18 deaths were reported linked to opioid use between January and October of 2025. So the history of the patients, as there is somewhat of a misconception, I think just from the history of the Center of Hope, we do serve people with many means of diagnostic criteria, but in the years 2024 and 2025 thus far, the Center of Hope has provided care to 85 patients with the opioid use disorder diagnosis. In 2024, 38 of those were served. And thus far in 2025, we are at 47 patients served, which has increased 9 from the previous year. And how will we ensure that these 2 beds for the opioid use clients are being served directly for opioid use? Each one of our clients that comes in for our services, they usually enter into our social detox services, and that can last up to 14 days. After a client has a reduced withdrawal index, we then schedule them with a clinical assessment to assure their appropriate level of care and their diagnostic criteria. And at that point in time, the diagnostic criteria would then indicate whether or not they were appropriate for these 2 beds. So what does this rate include, is all the services that Center of Hope affords with the daily groups, with the peer specialist training, with the community services, the health services, as well as psychiatric services provided via telehealth that would assist with the clients getting medically assisted treatment or Suboxone. The day rate would also include the cost of Suboxone, as well as room and board, of course. How long is the actual length of stay? We shoot for 6 months to get them to a lower level of care. However, they can stay, if that's not appropriate, up to a year. And while they're in our care, they also receive 5 hours of group services, as well as work within our communities to help them with that warm handoff to get back into the Fremont County community. And I fed you guys through a fire hose. Sorry about that. What kind of questions may you have for me, commissioners?
Oh, how often do you do drug tests?
We have a random schedule monthly. So all of our clients are put on a random schedule to be done. If they are associated with something like a CAS program or probation and parole, we do them in addition based on their scheduled UAs. We also have our community partners come in and do those as well, but they are UA'd at the point of admissions, and then they are UA'd, like let's say they go on a pass for work, they are UA'd when they come back from pass on random selection. We don't do it every single time they come back in the facility, but we do breathalyze every time that they come back in the facility as well, just being cost effective.
Commissioners, question?
I don't have any, I'm not as familiar with it as I should be, I guess, Mr. Chairman, so I really don't have any questions for you. Other than I know Mr. Jones, I think is, or Anderson, excuse me,
Thomas. He'll get it sometime.
Brother's fault.
No, you're not.
Yes, sir.
Drink.
Go through all the names, you'll get me something. Yes, I am. And so in that, Chairman, the only, what I would like to just add briefly is that it's a very wonderful program that helps community members in a sense of starting level of detoxification, pre-treatment, getting them off to 3.5 treatment and then back into 3.1 transition when they come back from treatment. And in that, in Fremont County, it used to be, we were always saying we were worried about alcohol. Not the case anymore. We are about the issue of worrying about opiates. Very, very, we're probably as you stated, one of the largest in a sense of, in Wyoming, Fremont County is number one in terms of opiate issues. And so in that, this facility works to provide service and care, along with the issue of understanding and empathy. And so with that, a lot of good people go through, a lot of good people are helped.
It's not just, it's also professional people get caught in that.
Yes.
You do it, don't they?
Right.
And you're asking for 164,250 to be funded by the opioid
settlement fund.
And that's, what about next year?
I had put on there, in the request that we have the offer to extend that. I was trying to be, humble in my ask, to the county, just simply because, I understand that based on meeting with these, ladies on their team, there are, quarterly reporting and things like that that need to be done. And I want to be able to attest to that and make sure that, I'm meeting the county's needs and requirements, and then can revisit that ask in the following year.
Any further questions? Commissioner?
Yeah, I have some questions, Mr. Chairman. So, and Rhonda, maybe you can answer some of this. A few years back, the rules changed and then we have this different group. We used to call it, I can't remember the name of the group, but it's a kind of a county group and it reports into FCAG and funding used to flow through there, and then all the rules changed and some of the outfits that were getting funding weren't able to demonstrate that they were actually getting people out of this, out of the pathway. It's like, yeah, you're continuing to help all these people, but that's not what those funds were for.
Was that the community block grant?
I think it was people, yeah.
Services block grant.
Okay, right. And now there's a different name for that group, right?
Yeah, yes, it's called Independent.
Alliance.
Yeah,
Alliance something.
yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Has absolutely nothing to do with the treatment portion, like what Center of Hope has to offer for services.
Okay.
So the Independence Alliance does classes, how to do the checkbook, filling out job applications, those kinds of things. Whereas this is specifically for treatment.
So, and do you have any data on how many people, how long it generally takes to go through? And then what the success rate is?
For the
For
alliance,
this,
or
no, for this.
So
For this type of treatment.
6 months for an individual, if
Okay.
they stay within the program, sometimes up to a year.
Right.
It depends entirely upon the individual and how they work their program, if
And-
I may say.
Okay, and so if I look at these numbers, then that kind of covers 4 people in the program.
Okay.
Right,
Correct.
Okay, for 6 months,
Correct,
if they stay.
correct.
Um, if we started this tomorrow, how many people would be in the program?
Well, she has 47 right now that could easily, if they wanted to be a part of.
I was gonna say, I think that within the program currently, I think we are sitting at, 18 beds currently as of today. Not that are just opioid use, but I know
Okay.
specifically that of the clients that, we're serving, I want to say that, and Clarence may be able to speak to this, but I think that 4 of the clients that are currently in our care are on Suboxone or medically assisted treatment.
Okay. And do you feel like your program is successful in keeping these folks from coming back?
Yeah, I think.
It's always a question,
No,
right? You
of
know?
course. As an organization, I will tell you that national average for those that continue to live the life of recovery is somewhere around 71%.
Okay.
We as an organization have a success rate of, I believe it's 81%, because we utilize our programming that uses faith-based mechanisms, 12-step intervention, as well as partnering with our community stakeholders, such as like probation and parole, and things like that, VOC and things, so that we can set them up for success.
It sounds like this is what these funds are designed for. What's our current fund balance?
1.3.
1.3?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
I was going to add,
Trying to
our
remember.
budget still is not fixed for these guys. It seems like you already asked for something, and you have an $87,000 budget. There might be a lot of money, but what we budgeted has not been fixed, because I thought we had another something you guys wanted to do.
There was the dog thing, right?
Yeah,
That's
and
next.
so we
Okay.
still haven't, we still haven't done anything. So if you want to, if there's other things coming up, I need to do like maybe one budget hearing so that we could make your budget like it's supposed to be.
Okay,
Just because there was nobody who had set up the budget before, really, besides the 87,000. So, I mean, if we wanted to pay them tomorrow, I can't.
right. Yeah,
Put it
fair
that
enough.
way.
Yeah, you got it.
So I'll need an advertisement and the whole thing. And so if there's more things coming up, it would be better to bring that to the table and try to set a better budget. Or we can do it each by each, but like I said, I knew there was one more thing, but nobody's ever gotten back to me, and I think I said it at that time, we would not have enough money to do that. Did we finalize the dock thing?
No, that's coming next week.
And Chairman, we've sat on this for like 3 years.
That's right.
And in that, if we keep sitting on this budget, they're good, I mean, we just keep sitting on it.
I would
We haven't
suspend it,
set up-
Mr.
I mean, but
Chairman.
it's, they keep
That's
sitting.
the right
they
way.
keep sitting.
Right.
It is.
So like Julie said, we just need to go through the right procedure to get this done, if that's what we choose. And so we can be accountable to our auditors and the opioid settlement people, but we're spending it correctly, and we went through the correct process rather than handing money out willy-nilly, and this is a substantial amount of willy-nilly.
Mr. Chairman, I can't, I have no I mean, I've got 87,000 and then it's gone, so and it takes
In the
a
budget.
while, I have to advertise, then we have to have a public hearing,
Budget hearing. Yeah.
then we put it into place, so I mean, it takes a second, and I mentioned that at the last thing, so I'm keeping track of people here, but I'm still got some folks that I need to get with me to help me do this for you, so I can spend money.
So,
So
Mr.
you
Chairman,
can
do
agree
you
all
need,
day long, but until I get that
do you need
information.
Vonna to get with you to, she probably doesn't do this all the time. Nicole, or get with
Nicole and
Julie,
Gina or something.
figure out what the deal are, and then so you can find out what she's up against, so we can go through our proper procedure.
Absolutely, yeah, as I said, if there's anything else coming
Okay.
down the road, maybe
Yeah.
that might be.
So,
a
I
good
mean, the
time.
golf thing as well, correct? That's
Correct.
part of it.
Right, I need that
Correct.
too.
And the machines
Right.
for Lander and River.
Right.
Correct.
So if we could get it all together and work with Julie and get that so we can do a budget hearing and go from there. Then we can act upon it and smooth transition from there. It's just, we gotta take the steps to get to the right spot.
Which, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll have a more smooth sailing here now that we're not handing off who was holding and housing this budget package, because it was just recently.
Right.
Agree, totally.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, right.
Yeah.
so it's been in my hands for about a week now, so
Okay.
we'll.
Why isn't it done?
Yeah.
Okay, once we get that information and we work with Julie, we do budget hearing and so on and so forth. Then you can come back to us and we will, present it to us and ask for the funding and it'll be.
Mr. Chairman, and you certainly can tell them that if you approve of this being a sort of budget that you would like to advertise for the public to review. So if you don't like the program, then you should say no. So you can make a motion to say, we agree with this after proper budgeting. I need to know that you're okay with that.
I agree with this request. But like I said,
On the
next
dog,
week,
yeah.
the dogs,
Right.
are coming in and. Anyway, so.
And if I can have the two budget
So,
hearings, that would be great.
Are you in, and Mr.
I have to abstain.
Exactly.
Connected.
Although they were going ahead with it.
Are you in? And I am as well. So the next step will be the discussion about the dogs. And once that's in place, have your, everything up for the machines that.
I can't remember what.
Well, they're kind of a testing, kind of a. I know what you're talking.
Not kind of, they really
Yeah,
are.
they are, but, so then have that information, well, include that with the dogs, because that scenario has changed dramatically too. Dog requests,
Yes, sir.
so, we'll hear that next week.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I hate to be a stickler.
Mhm.
I'm okay, I mean, not okay, I need you to say that you want them to do this, so a motion to that effect.
I took a poll, so.
No, I don't need a poll, I need a
to-
motion.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that we, what in the world are we approving? Approve the, budget hearing for this, this treatment program through the BOA at $164,250.
Is that what you need, Julie?
Yes.
There you go.
Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Yeah.
And Mr. Thomas, you were free for, I mean, you recused yourself, I.
Yes, I did.
And if you thought this was complicated, you should call Ms. Spencer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Yes, sir. It's your cold.
Okay. Anything else before we go into executive session for personnel and a potential litigation? Need a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good. We will go into executive session. I gotta take you.
Yeah.
If commissioners, I did put a draft, my draft ideas. About invoice for all requests for ambulance.
Okay.
And so just go through those, see what you think. I found some information out since I've written that. And I will adjust that for you. So. Yeah, just peruse through that draft proposal for invoice and. We just need this.
Okay. Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve resolution 2025-19, declaration of speed limit on Dutch Ed Lane. Statutory speed limit is 65, the road currently lacks a posted limit. And therefore, by the Board of County Commissioners, it is supposed to posted speed limit to be 35 miles per hour. With one speed limit sign at the western end of the road for eastbound traffic, one west of Pinto Lane for westbound traffic. So moved.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2025-19 as described in the motion. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Recap. Oh, did you want to talk about the gift exchange next weekend, or next week, I'm sorry, December 16th?
Got all my stuff.
Good.
They're all getting cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
December 30th, I go under the knife, I'll be at surgery. And then so, but I'll try to make that first meeting. I'll be in a sling, but
Yeah. They don't keep you from talking.
no,
Okay.
unless I'm all like.
Yeah.
Many pills that shut these on.
And you'll be.
I'll be gone the first January.
Yep.
And do we have one at the end of the month?
No.
Did we change?
that to.
We're still next week.
Where are you going?
And
now?
that's it.
Philippines, Asia?
California. California.
Oh, okay.
You get in touch with my liberal roots.
Recap.
Go ahead and re-advertise or advertise for the open board positions to include the seats on the fair board. I will let the current interviewees know, about their appointments or reappointments.
We did this all solid waste. You want to consider solid waste?
Oh, yeah. Move to approve Mark Moxley and Bob Carlson to be reappointed to the solid waste board.
Okay. I move the secretary to reappoint Mark Moxley and Bob Carlson back on the solid waste board for 3 years, for a 3-year term. Further discussion.
Chairman, I'll abstain over here.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Okay. Sorry, Emma.
And then we will work on getting the January 13th continuation.
All right, and then we will have a conversation with Josh. What's Josh?
Josh Durrell.
Durrell.
I'm gonna meet Patrick this week. Try to get a little better idea of what he's.
Okay. All right.
He's our regional person for Wyoming Business Council.
Great.
Also letters to the the fair board stating that the motion has been rescinded. They currently have 7 members, but the people going off will still go off. Anybody who wants to apply, we'll tell them what that time frame is. I think the best thing to do is call Courtney back and make sure her and Megan both, just like we're starting over. That'd be a good suggestion for our policy. So my concern is we don't really have a full month since we started on the 9th. I don't know when she can get it into the paper, so I would suggest that we probably put a deadline in January, first part of January.
Like the second week of January?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know how long it takes you to get wherever you need to get to.
So. Assume they'll be posting, we can get it in on Saturday, the 13th, Wednesday, the 17th, Saturday, the 20th. And then set your date at January 2nd. Well.
Well, six,
Six would be the meeting, but if you wanted. Whenever you want the deadline, so.
So we could interview on the sixth, it sounds like. What's your deadline then, the second?
Well, to get people in, we'd already have the agenda set for the 6th. If we did that, we'd have to.
Let's go to the second meeting.
The 13th. So
So
we did the second. Then we'd have a week or 3 days to call.
we did receive 2 applications today. I would recommend that those be approved. Yes. For the fair board, because you asked that question, so 2 of them filled it out, so, and left them with me.
We can-
We would accept those?
Yes,
Okay.
because it'll be a new process.
Okay, I just realized it's, I mean, it's, if anybody starts before she advertises, obviously we'll take them, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioners,
Move to adjourn.
all those in favor? Motion passed. We are adjourned. Thank you for sticking with that.
What was the number? 1.